All right, welcome in. Happy Friday night, everybody. Hope you're having a good one. So, what are we going to talk about tonight? So, first off, we are going to talk about this this madness of this continuing persecution of Trump, where it's just so obviously transparent with corrupt people behind it. But this Fannie Willis thing, where apparently they're letting her stay on the case, the whole thing seems totally crazy to me. We're going to talk about that. In Canada, utopian Canada, Justin Trudeau's utopia. Canadian cops advise car owners to leave cars at their front door so thieves can steal without confrontation. Well, I mean, that's polite. It's the right thing to do, isn't it? You wouldn't want to bother the car thief stealing your car, would you? I mean, that would be crazy. I mean, how impolite would that be? We're so polite as Canadians. So we're going to talk about that. We're going to talk briefly about this Boeing whistleblower who predicted his own death and told friends that if anything happens, it's not suicide. Not suicide. So, yeah. So there's weird stuff that happens. Then we're going to head to all the stuff that I've curated from Twitter over the week. All the stuff that I want to show you. There's a bunch of stuff. We're going to talk about Don Lemon. Don Lemon getting canned on his first day. We got, celebrities threatening to leave the States again. They're never going to do that. We got crazy people. Somebody who's way too into Taylor Swift. Whatever that is. A bunch of stuff. We're going to go through it all. More crazy Canada stuff. This one's fun. CBC documentary arguing that humans are like clownfish. Yes, that's what the CBC gets $1.4 billion a year from the Canadian government for that. Because I guess Canada isn't retarded enough. They need to go further. Now, if things get too heavy, as they sometimes do in these live streams, we will go to the puppies for a palate cleanser, just to make ourselves feel better. And I promise you, any image of a puppy that I show you to kind of just calm you down and make you feel a little bit better about the world. But I promise any video of a puppy that I show you, I promise you that Justin Trudeau will not break into the shot and try and give the puppy a sex change operation. You know that he wants to, but he won't. I've made sure of it. I screen these. You have to these days. Trudeau's trying to give everything sex change operations. He loves it. All right. Somebody out there let me know that the usual routine volume's looking good. Everything's working fine. That would be helpful. Let me test my sound effects board here. I'm not sure it was working properly last time. Let's try this.
Excuse me while I whip this out.
Everybody get that? Did you guys hear that? Did that work well? Well, I hope so. Somebody let me know in the chat anyway. That would be helpful. All right. So, like finding two people in a bank vault and taking one off to jail. Volume is good. Thank you very much. I appreciate that. Like finding two people in a bank vault and taking one off to jail. Turley slams Fannie Willis verdict. So this was, the judge was deciding whether Fannie Willis and the other guy, her boyfriend, were going to be kicked off the case because they lied. Right? They lied about having an affair and about her profiting off the whole thing. I mean, it's just a very sordid, ridiculous thing. Kind of seems like you shouldn't have corrupt liars maybe involved in these kinds of cases in the first place. I mean, it's a former president who's being, pretty transparently persecuted by every Democrat in the country, any Democrat with any power, it seems. And you'd think, it already looks kind of bad. This makes it look even worse, does it not? I mean, if it could look worse. Let's see. After Judge Scott McAfee ruled on Friday that either Fulton County District Attorney Fani Willis or Special Prosecutor Nathan Wade had to exit the 2020 Georgia election case against former President Donald Trump for the prosecution to continue, George Washington University law professor Jonathan Turley stated it's like finding two people in a bank vault and taking one off to jail. And there's video of this, and I'll show it to you in a second. But what a weird thing. So they both lied. They're both caught in the same lie, but only one of them has to go. So you can either have the special prosecutor or the district attorney, Fani Willis. And if she has to go, that means the whole case kind of has to go, right? Because the whole team has to go. It seems odd to me. Friedrich says, sounds good. Thank you very much, sir. If they Renovatio, hope I'm saying that right. If they are unhappy with one being taken off, I'm sure nobody would mind if both were removed. Well, it just kind of seems like that's what would make sense, right? Well, let's see what legal scholar Jonathan Turley has to say about this.
Jonathan Turley with us on the phone, I believe. On camera.
Yes, you
Jonathan, good morning. Good to have you with us. Your headline take as you take all of this in this morning.
Well, we've been talking about this possibility of a Solomon-esque type of ruling by the court to take Wade off and leave Willis. The reason that's attractive is it avoids the cliff problem. You know, if he took Willis off the case, he'd have to take the entire office out of the mix. He'd have to reassign this to another set of prosecutors. That would cause considerable delay. It could also cause the dismissal of the case if those new prosecutors looked at this racketeering theory and said, like many of us, wow, this doesn't really hold together very well. So this avoided the cliff, but it did not avoid the questions that will inevitably come up. You know, it's like, you know, finding two people in a bank vault and taking one off to jail. I mean, the question is, you know, the appearance problem that the judge identified with regard to Wade was directly related to his relationship with Willis. They both testified in the same way. They were the two parts of this relationship, and yet only one of them was disqualified. And so that's going to lead to these questions. I mean, well, why should Willis escape that same penalty? The opinion leaves us feeling like the court went and shot the wounded.
Yeah, it's a great question. And there is always the question, unfortunately, of politics and the influence of politics.
Oh, I wonder if there's any question of politics or the influence of politics in this. I wonder. Couldn't be, could it? There couldn't be any corruption happening at all. I don't know. To me, you guys tell me what you think. But to me, it feels kind of transparently rigged, doesn't it? Just a little bit, considering that it's like, was it 94 indictments for including things that Biden has done himself? You know, you see the insane trial in New York over Mar-a-Lago. That was totally bizarre. No crime, no victim. Everybody was happy. The banks wanted to do business with them again. That seems pretty transparently rigged. It seems like maybe there's some politics involved in all of this. Possibly. Anyway, let's continue.
Potentially on this, because these are elected officials. They are up for election again in May. I believe all of the people involved here are up for, including the judge, up for election in May. So that may be why Judge Scott McAfee wanted to speak on his own behalf before this decision came down. And he spoke.
I think it might be a little bit more than that, but let's go.
Spoke with WSB TV, and this is what he said. The message I want to convey is no ruling of mine is ever going to be based on politics. I'm going to be following the law the best I understand it. I just focus on the job I'm doing. I'm incredibly grateful for the last year I've been able to do this. I took this job not because I wanted to score partisan political points, didn't go looking for the spotlight. I did it because I love the law and giving people their day in court and being efficient about it. So, Jonathan, you know, there will be speculation that this was a political move on his part. It's the easier road for him to take in many ways to leave Fani Willis in this spot. But judging based on what you watched in the courtroom, do you think that's fair?
Well, I have to say that I've been praising the judge, and I still believe that he has conducted himself in a fair and professional way. I think that this does take an element of courage for an elected state judge, because many people in Fulton County are not going to like the fact that he just disqualified Wade and gave credence to this theory of an improper relationship, an appearance issue that does touch upon Willis and her office. That's all for the good. The problem is the disjointed aspect of the opinion itself. It doesn't really hold together that well. The big question was, what is the standard? Is it just an appearance, or do you have to show an actual conflict? He indicates that he believes it is indeed the appearance standard. Well, if that's the case, I don't see how Willis could escape disqualification.
I think what it is that they want to get this case done before the election. They want to get a conviction, which they will, because it's, again, kind of feels like the whole thing's kind of rigged, right? And let's not discount, too. I mean, look, I don't want to sound like a conspiracy theorist, but there might be a certain aspect of fear in all this for the judge. You know, not just political bias, but actual genuine fear. Because this goes straight to the top. Like she was at the White House, Fannie Willis. Who was she talking to there? I wonder if they had any interest in the case. Yeah, it feels like it goes straight to the top, to the president, doesn't it? To Joe Biden. And you wonder, in the current atmosphere, would anybody even like have to have a word with the judge, or would he just know? Right? You know, would he know? Would he just kind of feel that there might be some consequences for going against the president in this particular case, against what would be in the interests of the regime in this particular case, right? Which it would be, because if they get rid of Fannie Willis and they have to get rid of the whole team, well, that's going to delay the whole thing probably till after the election, and that's not what they want. Friedrich says the globalists are breaking down the public trust in government to bring order out of chaos. Well, this is the revolutionary playbook, right? You know, most revolutions, by the way, they're not grassroots. They're from the top. They come from elites. You know, Lenin wasn't like a farm boy, right? But what was my point? I need to take some vitamins. But yeah, that's the revolutionary playbook, is you burn everything to the ground and then you build up the new order out of it. All right, so that's kind of standard. And it almost doesn't matter where if it's coming from the Antifa lunatic, or if it's coming from, you know, a cabal that meets up at the World Economic Forum or something, right? Or if it's coming from, you know, Soros. That is the plan. That is the playbook. But again, would anybody even have to have a word with the judge? You know? Who would? You'd have to know the stakes. That judge has to know the stakes are high, right? Going against the president. You know it's going against the president, the deep state, permanent bureaucracy. And let's not forget the howling mobs of lunatics. Basically, the Democrats' paramilitary army, right? Who will howl and harass certainly a judge. I mean, they went in front of the Supreme Court justices' houses, right, to harass them to get what they wanted. They're not afraid of that sort of thing. This guy, if he displeases, if he reaches a conclusion that is displeasing, or something that hurts that what is going to help, or what the regime sees as helping itself, yeah, there's going to be consequences. There are definitely going to be lunatics that harass him probably the rest of his life. So it just seems odd to me, you know. Well, it's not odd. None of it actually seems odd. It's just that it seems obvious that if you've got a DA who is a liar, who has lied, who's perjured herself, right? Obviously, the whole thing should be wiped clean. Clearly, that should just be obvious to everybody. But anyway, let's continue with this.
Many people believe that both of these prosecutors lied on the stand, that there were false statements submitted to courts. The key about that is Willis and Wade are prosecuting people in this case for that very conduct. And so it's hard to see how Willis continuing the case does not undermine it in the eyes of the public and hurts the case overall. In some ways, this result may actually appeal to Trump and his defendants. They established that there was an improper relationship, at least for the purposes of disqualification, and they left a wounded Willis to continue on in the case. And she will stand accused of false statements as she prosecutes others for that type of conduct. And keep in mind, there are state efforts now to fully investigate this, including possible bar issues.
Yeah, the Georgia Senate has opened its own investigation. It's a great point because legally now the Trump team has the option to question her credibility all throughout the course of this, based on some of what we've seen so far in this. So.
Yeah, so the wheels haven't fallen off entirely, but they sure are wobbly at the moment. I'm Steve Doocy.
Man, it sure looks like it all just sure looks so suspicious, doesn't it? I mean, I can't be alone in thinking that. Let's see. Renovatio says they can get the case processed and expedited with a new team, including Attorney General. The book of evidence is transferable. The fact they don't want it transferred is suspicious. But would it be that quick, though? Because you do have to. I mean, there's going to be an enormous amount of evidence. There's probably thousands of pages that most of it probably irrelevant, but thousands of pages that they're going to have to pour through. So I don't know how quickly they could actually transfer a case over. That might be an issue, but the fact they don't want it transferred is suspicious. I mean, I think Turley said that a new team coming in may look at the evidence and say, well, we can't prosecute this. I think that's unlikely, considering everything, that it seems like there's a political fix in, but maybe that's one thing they're concerned about. Who knows? Freya Dick says she'll have her own sandwich on the McDonald menu soon called the McFanny. What? You had to go there. All right. Let's move on. So Canada's insane. I don't know if I ever mentioned that to you guys. Canadian cops advise car owners to leave keys at their front door so thieves can steal without confrontation. Because that would just make them uncomfortable, the thieves. I mean, and you don't want to make them uncomfortable. They're just trying to break the law and steal your property. That's all. Now, obviously, Canada doesn't have a Second Amendment, but you can't use a gun to defend yourself in Canada anyway. So it doesn't really matter. I mean, even without like a gun, if you defend yourself when somebody breaks into your house, you're definitely going to be arrested. And if the home invader is like seriously wounded, you are in for a lot of trouble. A lot of Trudeau-style injustice is what's going to happen to you. It's crazy. We've got, if Trudeau doesn't step down, we've got until, October 2025 until we can vote him out. And then hopefully having a common sense conservative party in. Is what they're saying, and I'm really, really hoping that we're not just going to end up getting Trudeau light, because conservatives, I look at what's happened in the UK, and that terrifies me. The conservatives been in for like 14 years, and they've been worse than Labour. That's like in the UK, that's like Democrats or the Liberals in Canada. They've been even worse. They've completely and utterly betrayed all of their voters. I worry about that, but I kind of have a good feeling about this. I'm cautiously optimistic that we'll get somebody in who's sensible and we'll start to repeal some of Trudeau's crazy nonsense. Well, in fact, all of it. And he's saying that he wants to make Canada the freest country in the world, and that sounds great to me. And I guess we'll just have to see. Yeah, so Canada's a basket case right now on every single level. With one car stolen approximately every 6 seconds in Canada, Toronto police have a new recommendation to residents. Let the thieves steal your car. It's just a car. Is your car more important than the life of a career criminal? No comment. This is Canada, after all. I don't want to get arrested. But, we'll give it this.
What the fuck is it with you?
I don't know what it is. I don't know what it's with Trudeau, Joe. I have no idea. Something wrong with that man, though. Definitely something wrong with him. Okay. At an Etobicoke community safety meeting last month, Toronto Police Service Constable Marco Ricciardi told attendees, quote, to prevent the possibility of being attacked in your home, leave your fobs at your front door because they're breaking into your home to steal your car. They don't want anything else. Yeah, all they want is your car. That's it. Hold on one second. We're going to go back just for a second because there's a comment here I want to take a look at, a chat from Renovatio. New lawyers can go through evidence quite quickly. I'm a qualified, non-practicing lawyer in Ireland. Well, you've got some interesting things happening in Ireland. I've covered some of that on this channel. Case handovers with substantial evidence can be done quickly and run old counsel, brief new counsel. But how quickly? That's my question. How quickly? Are we talking like a week or a month or 2 months? How quick are we talking about? Anyway, we'll get back to that. But yeah, those car thieves, all they want is your car. I mean, come on. They got to pay the rent, and they have to do that by stealing your car. They have to buy drugs. How else are they supposed to afford to buy drugs? Or maybe they're not even doing drugs. Maybe they're just simply gambling the money that they get from stealing your property. You don't know. You can't judge. Who are we to judge? Auto theft is so bad in Toronto that people have even left notes on their car windows to inform would-be thieves that the doors were unlocked, hoping that the windows wouldn't be smashed in. According to every time you end up with a far left government anywhere, it's the same shit, isn't it? It's the same shit every single time. I mean, I look at every issue. Crime, way up. All that empathy didn't actually help. Let's see, drugs, drug use, addiction, and drug-related crime, all way up. In fact, up by an order of magnitude in Canada. That's because of something that they euphemistically call harms reduction. It's not really a very apt name for it, considering that it kind of increases harms at an exponential rate. So might want to think about renaming that. Let's see. Let's see. So nobody can afford to buy a house or even pay their rent anymore, which is fantastic. So that's worse now because of far left policies. Healthcare is going down the toilet. The left, they're the ones who care about your health. They're the ones who care about healthcare. They make it better, except for some reason they make it worse. I wonder why that is. You know what? A lot of this has to do with all of that deep empathy that Justin Trudeau has for everybody living in the world outside of Canada. Not a lot of empathy for the people in Canada. That's not really a thing. But outside of Canada, he really cares. And he wants to bring them all to Canada so that he can show them how much he cares. He cares. So let's just bring millions of people into the country. Let's just do that because Trudeau's got such a big heart. It breaks his heart to know that there are millions of people not living in Canada that he could bring to Canada for some reason. Well, actually, we know what the reason is. It's he can trick them into bringing their life savings and then wasting it here and realizing that Canada is becoming unlivable, and then they just move home again. So it's actually, when you dig into this stuff, you find out there's not actually a lot of empathy really there. There's usually some ulterior motive. But anyway, everything seems to just get worse. I mean, we've been making fun of like San Francisco for a long time, haven't we? And like LA, like New York, right? They want it to be, um, progressive there, and they wanted to, try different things like demonizing their own police force and defunding them, and then having them all quit, and then realizing in a panic, oh, this isn't working. So trying to get them back again, but then nobody wants to because they're worried if they do their job, they might end up in prison for life. So they create the problem, and then instead of just doing the things that they know in the past of that city, like things like Rudy Giuliani did, right, to fix the crime problem there. Instead of doing that, they just bring in National Guard. It's crazy. And it's still not working. People are still getting like stabbed and shot in the subway anyway. Every time you get a left-wing government, I'm not talking about like, your grandfather's Liberal Party or whatever, say in Canada, say, I'm not even talking about like the left-wing parties from like 20 years ago, like these modern far left parties. All right, 1 second. We're going to go back again because we got that update from Renovatio here. 2 weeks for cases with substantial evidence. Evidence is evidence. One lawyer recognizes it the same as another. Lawyer 1 tells lawyer 2 the game plan. Lawyer 2 runs or modifies to suit their style. 2 weeks for cases with substantial evidence. Okay. I mean, I'm wondering if there's a difference in the Irish. I'm not getting on your case here, right? I'm just wondering here. It just seems like a case with like, you've got like a former president that you want to be very, very, very careful with that one. So I don't know, but that's interesting. And thank you for that update there. Let's see, back onto the crime thing. Friedrich says San Francisco can't even clean poop. San Francisco can't even clean poop off the street. I know. It's almost like they like it or something. No, so Cheese Pizza New York Subway rat is awesome, though. He is awesome. I love that rat. He's strong. Like that's a piece of pizza bigger than him. Anyway, I wonder if they're going to end up getting like overwhelmed with like raccoons in New York too, possibly. And like maybe all kinds of wildlife is going to move in, opossums and who knows, wolves. Would you be surprised if there were like massive packs of wolves roaming around New York? I wouldn't be that surprised. Let's see. According to BlogTO, Toronto police had previously launched a campaign that told criminals how long they would have to finish a crime, an average of 22 minutes, before police would respond. The move was reportedly an attempt to prevent budget cuts. Still, though, maybe not a great move. Auto theft in Toronto has become so prevalent that the New York Times reported that an owner of a Honda CR-V who, to deter thieves, installed 2 alarm systems, a tracking device, 4 AirTags, and kept the key fob in a signal jamming Faraday bag. Good Lord. Canada is broken. Canada is changed. And it's changed in a generational sense. Not like the conservatives are not going to fix everything in 4 years. It's going to be impossible. They can staunch the bleeding is what they can do and start to try to heal the body of state, but it's going to be a long road. Trudeau has done an enormous amount of damage in the last 9 years. The owner's home also has 2 motion sensor floodlights pointed at his driveway, which features a parking bollard. When the car is parked, he puts boot-style locks on all four wheels in addition to a steering wheel club, even in the driveway, to keep it from being stolen. This is Canada, people. This is Canada. This is what people have to do now to keep their car from being stolen. Good Lord. Friedrich says raccoons might be the next big thing on planet Earth because of their opposable thumbs. Yeah, so when we wipe ourselves out through, I don't know, when we become like a global communist state and then end up just blowing ourselves up with nukes or something, the raccoons can take over. They're pretty tough. They do have those opposable thumbs, I guess. So, I guess it's going to be pretty easy for them. And I like raccoons. If any animal has to take over, it might as well be the raccoons. Now, I'm going to show you something. I've mentioned the mass immigration from Justin Trudeau, have I not? So I'm going to show you something without comment. So these are some people, some car theft rings that have been caught in Canada. So yeah, here's one. So yeah. Let's see. Here's another car theft ring here. So again, I present this without comment. And Justin Trudeau tells us that the mass immigration is our strength. Interesting, isn't it? Here's another car theft ring. So presented without comment. So I'll just leave that out there for you guys. It's wonderful to just heedlessly, recklessly jam millions of people into a country, apparently without even thinking about how you're going to absorb those people, how the infrastructure how the institutions are going to deal with it, including things like, I don't know, police, say. I mean, obviously healthcare is a disaster, but maybe police too. You should think about that. And maybe you should be really careful about who you let in. Let's see. Renovatio says Raccoon City finally becomes a reality. Are we talking that what's it? Resident Evil? The feminists who survive can be the zombie horde. Yeah. And I guess the raccoons will fight the feminist hordes, the woke hordes. And I don't know about you, but I'm pulling for the raccoons. Friedrich says Canada needs a leader that can drink maple syrup while riding a moose shirtless in the snow. Yes. Hopefully Pierre Poilievre will do that. He would have my vote even more if he did that. All right, so the world is crazy, people. Boeing whistleblower predicted his own death, told friend if anything happens, it's not suicide. I think we've heard a few stories like this, haven't we? He wasn't concerned about his own safety because I asked him, Jennifer said. I said, aren't you scared? And he said, no, I ain't scared. But if anything happens to me, it's not suicide. I wonder if this guy ever met Hillary Clinton, perhaps. I don't know. I'm not saying anything. And I certainly have no information that would ever lead to the arrest of Hillary Rodham Clinton. Absolutely not. I'm serious about that. Just to be safe. There's some things you just don't want to know. Not if you want to continue with your channel. All right. Boeing whistleblower John Barnett, who was found dead on March 9th from what authorities initially called a self-inflicted gunshot wound, reportedly told a family friend after he started speaking out about safety concerns with the airplane maker. If anything happens, it's not suicide. A family friend, identified only as Jennifer, told ABC4, I know that he did not commit suicide. There's no way. She said that Barnett had talked about this exact scenario playing out after he began speaking up publicly about Boeing-related safety concerns following his 2017 retirement from the company. He worked for over 30 years as a quality manager for Boeing. And Freya Dick says that poor guy was Nikki Haley's first kill. Uh-oh. I didn't say that. I'm just reading that. Let's see. This conversation, Jennifer said, included Barnett talking about his upcoming deposition in Charleston. Quote, I know that he did not self-delete. There's no way. He loved life too much. He loved his family too much. He loved his brothers too much to put them through what they're going through right now, Jennifer said. Let's see, what's this? Jennifer, who last saw Barnett at her father's funeral in late February, where Barnett was one of the pallbearers, said she believed someone didn't like what he had to say and wanted to shut him up. That's why they made it look like suicide, Jennifer said. The friend's comments come as the lawyer for Barnett, Brian Knowles, cast doubt on Barnett's death being a suicide. Quote, they found him in his truck from an alleged self-inflicted gunshot. We drove to the hotel and spoke with the police and the coroner. According to the New York Post, Knowles and fellow attorney Robert Turkowitz said, quote, he was in very good spirits and really looking forward to putting this phase of his life behind him and moving on. We didn't see any indication he would take his own life. No one can believe it. Okay, well, let's go a little bit more with this. Let's see. Boeing whistleblower John Barnett made powerful enemies before his death as workers skeptical that he killed himself. Okay. Let's see. Boeing workers warn that whistleblower John Barnett made powerful enemies before his alleged suicide as a puzzling discrepancy on his police report has emerged. The whistleblower was found dead in his pickup truck at a Charleston, South Carolina hotel parking lot on March 9th. The same morning, he was due to conclude private testimony in a lawsuit against the jet company where he had worked for most of his career. According to a report by Charleston police, he had extended his stay at the Holiday Inn until March 8th and was caught on video surveillance leaving the hotel that morning. However, staff at the Holiday Inn told the Post he ate dinner in the hotel's restaurant that night. The police also noted Barnett's driver's license was still in his room when he was found with a gunshot wound to the head and a pistol in his hand the following morning. Quote, here's one of the workers that he worked with. It actually gives me a pit in my stomach because of what he's been saying, and he's dead now. Maybe he killed himself, the source said. I don't know what to believe. We don't really talk about it on the assembly line. We're on camera from the minute we get on property. They can hear us. They can hear us. So no one wants to talk about it at work. Man, that's creepy. That is super creepy, is it not? A lot of people are skeptical because he made some pretty powerful enemies. Another Boeing employee who spoke to the Post said, nothing surprises me when it comes to Boeing. It's a good job, but you've got to stay in line. If you don't, you won't work there anymore. So they're afraid of talking about it because they're being listened to all the time, apparently. That's interesting. Boeing did not directly address the claims, but told the Post in a statement, we are saddened by Mr. Barnett's passing, and our thoughts are with his family and friends. I wonder if they're really sad. I'm not saying that they did anything. I'm just, it's convenient for them, right? Says here, meanwhile, an employee who works at the Holiday Inn where Barnett was found in the parking lot told the Post that Barnett ate a quesadilla, drank a Coke, scrolled on his phone, and seemed fine on the evening of March 8th. Quote, I didn't think of him at all until I heard the news the next day. He didn't seem upset at all, the employee said. So that's the plane where the door flew off, the Boeing plane where the door flew off mid-flight. So that wasn't good. There's the door there. Now, Barnett was a quality control engineer who worked for Boeing for more than 3 decades before he retired in 2017. But 2 years later, he told the BBC that Boeing cut corners by rushing to get its 787 Dreamliner jets off the production line and into service. He gave numerous interviews describing how he had complained internally to the company about what he claimed were serious safety flaws he had detected. Now, so that would be 2019, and there's been a lot that's gone on with Boeing since then. There's a lot of scrutiny on them since then, and you have this guy who was a safety inspector who worked for safety for Boeing, who was about to testify against them, and he said, if anything happens to me, I didn't kill myself, and something happened to him. And they're saying that he committed suicide. Okay, there's a lot that's been going on. Boeing has recently been plagued by safety concerns that began January 5th after a door panel flew off a Boeing 737 MAX 9 jet during a flight from Oregon to California. The plane appeared to be missing 4 key bolts. That seems like a safety issue to me. Let's see. Scott Kirby, CEO of United Airlines, threatened to shun Boeing after the carrier's fleet of MAX 9 aircraft was grounded in the wake of the near disastrous Alaska Airlines door blowout. Jennifer Homendy, chair of the National Transportation Safety Board, warned that another mid-air door blowout, like the 737 MAX 9 fiasco, can happen again, adding there was a problem with the process of production. So the last thing Boeing needs right now is another is a whistleblower testifying, right? I can't imagine they'd like that. Let's see. You have Boeing plane forced to make an emergency landing in Japan due to a crack in the cockpit window. Seems like quality control problems to me. A Boeing 757 lost its front tire as the aircraft was preparing to depart for an international flight in late January. That seems pretty bad, too. Let's see. A UK passenger was alarmed after noticing pieces of tape on the exterior of a Boeing 787 during a flight to India. So tape, fixing it with tape. All right. A United Airlines Boeing 777 suffered a mid-air fuel leak and was forced to make an emergency landing Monday, March 11th, marking the 5th incident the airline reported in little over a week. Jesus. Ryanair CEO Michael O'Leary previously said he's made loud complaints to Boeing over quality control. Whistleblower John Barnett raised safety concerns at the airline's factories and provided his first testimony at a bombshell lawsuit against Boeing. He was found dead in his truck after he failed to show up for the second part of his testimony on Monday. Oh boy. Barnett said the company had not taken action, spurring him to go public out of concern for the public's safety. His lawyers are challenging the notion that he committed suicide and are calling for a thorough investigation. Quote, we need more information about what happened to John. The Charleston police intend to investigate this fully and accurately and tell the public. Quote, we didn't see any indication he would take his own life. No one can believe it. No detail can be left unturned. Huh. Now, this is interesting. Steve Chancellor, who has written 2 books on staged crime scenes and runs Second Look Training and Forensic Consulting, said that when someone dies by suicide, the gun only remains in the person's hand 25% of the time. The mere fact that the gun was in the hand, I would pay attention to that. Because many times when someone is trying to make it look like a suicide, they make that mistake and they put the gun in the hand. And that's not conclusive, but the whole thing just seems it seems suspicious. I mean, look, it's speculation, right? But it feels like a movie. Maybe like which actor? Russell Crowe might be like a journalist investigating it or something. I don't know. It feels like a novel or a movie kind of. Friedrich says diversity air. You fly, you die. Well, funny you should say that. Because I've got this lined up. Boeing prioritizing diversity and inclusion over flyer safety. Elon Musk says after near catastrophic Alaska Airlines mishap. So what did he say? Did he post? Where's the damn story? Okay. So he tweeted this or X'd or posted. I don't know what you say anymore. Do you want to fly in an airplane where they prioritized DEI hiring over your safety? That is actually happening. And he was talking about this leak here. They're talking, and it's what changes to their program design. See, 2021, you've got financial performance, then you've got operational performance, and you've got here product safety, employee safety, quality. So there's just that. 2022, you've got product safety, employee safety, quality. Also, climate, diversity, equity, and inclusion. So they've added that on as an additional thing, which of course takes resources. And when you're talking about equity, what that means is, less white men, less straight white men. That's what it means. So what that means is that you're going to shrink your talent pool down. Because in an industry where it tends to be, for whatever reason, straight white men heavy, and any kind of, especially anything engineering is going to be that. You're also going to have just men in general, regardless of their background. But, the majority of the population, you're going to have the largest percentage of those are going to be straight white males, right? So what you're doing is you're just cutting down your talent pool. So you are less likely. It's not that you can't possibly get qualified people. It's just that you're less likely to get the most quality. And if you just repeat that over and over again, you won't. You'll look in the aggregate, and you will not be having the top talent because it's just a numbers game. That's all it is. Doesn't say anything about any race in particular other than just, these are the demographics, and it's a numbers game. You're just less likely to get the best people. It's like engineering. If, there are women engineers, there's really good women engineers. There's just a lot less of them. So if you've got, 10 engineering jobs up and you're determined to have gender equity, so 5 women, 5 men, well, you're going to be choosing those women from a much smaller talent pool. And there's going to be many more male engineers, and you're more likely to get the most talented ones out of the larger pool because, again, it's just a numbers game. When Elon Musk says, where is it written in here? Musk doubled down on his stance, adding in a subsequent X post, people will die due to DEI. Yes, this is how people will die due to DEI. Because you're not going off merit. You're trying to, artificially fill quotas. And because you're doing that, you just simply you're not leaving yourself open to all of the most talented people. You're excluding some of the most talented people from the largest pool of people, right? For equity, basically communism. It's just Marxism, right? It's dumb, and that will kill you. I've been through the changes that they're hoping to bring to medical care in Canada, and it literally will kill you. I mean, they got this report of recommendations, the College of Physicians and Surgeons in Canada, and yeah, their recommendation. What's the recommendation from the equity group that they hired? Prioritize equity over technical ability. I can't remember exactly how they phrased it, but essentially prioritize Marxism, woke ideology over merit. That's their plan. That's the plan. Yeah. I don't know. That sounds like something that could kill you. What you end up with, I mean, part of the reason why so many people die in communist countries is because they're dysfunctional and everything is ideological. And it is, once a country goes fully communist, that dysfunction is in everything. That woke dysfunction is in every aspect of your society. It's in agriculture. So you end up with Lysenkoism, and then, oops, a bunch of millions of people starve to death because agricultural policy was poisoned by woke ideology. I mean, the woke ideology of the 30s, right? Just communism. It's all just communism. It's all Marxism. Once ideology wins over reality, and it's in every aspect of your society, you are fucked. Because nothing's going to work well. How could it? You're going to end up with incompetent people running everything. Anyway. So, yeah, this has come out. This was a little bit of a scandal, too. Their DEI bullshit behind the scenes. Probably not really great timing. There's a lot of, and there's all of these incidents, and very dangerous. I mean, a door flying off the plane, blowing off the plane in midair. Yeah, that's not ideal. So Boeing's under an enormous amount of pressure, and then a whistleblower who was supposed to testify against them the next day ends up committing suicide after he said, if anything happens to me, it's definitely not suicide. So, I don't know, it looks kind of weird, Let's see. What do we got here? Renovatio said this. Oh, dear. In fairness to Boeing, on the India flights, a lot of the passengers travel on top of the wings. Good Lord. Good Lord. I do not, I can't approve that. Maybe it is just like the trains. I don't know. I've never been to India. But I'd like to see it. I'd like to see that. All right. So what do you guys think? Let's do it. You guys tell me what you think. Did Boeing kill this guy or not? What do you guys think? I'll take a sip. I'll give you guys time to ponder it. Did Boeing kill the witness? I personally am going to say I don't know, and I don't have any evidence that they did, but I'm going to say they definitely did. No, I don't know. The whole thing just looks weird, though, right? That's the whole point. All right. Renovatio says Epstein 100%. Oh boy, that's bold. It's a bold statement. Sure does look weird, don't it? Sure does look weird. Let's see. Friedrich says, yes, Boeing killed this poor man. Who would eat a quesadilla for his last meal? That's an excellent point, actually. Excellent point. You get a clap for that. would get a quesadilla, like a hotel quesadilla, keep in mind too. This is not like some fancy restaurant quesadilla. This is a hotel. What is it, Holiday Inn quesadilla? I'm not sure. I don't think that's how most people would want to go out. In fact, I think that's an excellent, excellent point. That's like a Sherlock Holmes point right there. That is excellent sleuthing right there. Cap says, if he just happened to die, I would be suspicious, but hard to say. The fact that he committed suicide, in quotes, makes me totally certain they did it. Yeah. Yeah, that's a good point as well, isn't it? You know? I mean, because freak accidents do happen, right? People will just like be driving down the wrong side of the road or something. Weird stuff happens. But the fact that it was a quote unquote suicide makes it kind of all the more suspicious, especially considering that he told his friend, if anything happens, it's not suicide. So, you know, there's that. There's that. So, now I don't want to get sued. So, I'm going to say it's awful convenient for Boeing, isn't it? Especially we've been through all of these troubles that all this scandal and all of these problems that Boeing's been going through, right? We've been through all of this. I mean, that door flew off and a bunch of stuff happened. Look at it. We went through all this stuff that happened. Like bad stuff, like really bad stuff. And then like, you know, all this DEI stuff that, you know, became public, and it made me not want to fly on any Boeing plane. All right. Because I know that DEI will kill you. DEI is communism. It's a collectivist. It's a collectivist idea. It's a collectivist theory, right? And in the collectivist theories, individuals don't matter, right? That's like why, you know, communist dictators are happy to kill millions of their own people. They don't matter. It's just about the cause. It's about the revolution. It's about communism. It's more important. The thing that's supposed to create the utopia is more important than it making everybody miserable and starve to death. And, you know, they have to kill people so they can keep the utopia. Usually you don't have to like force people to live in the utopia, right? You don't have to like try and, you know, prevent people or shoot people who try and get away from the utopia. Normally people would want to stay in the utopia. It almost makes you think if they're not really utopias after all. Maybe they just had it all wrong. Maybe the commies just had it all wrong all along. Kind of feels like it, doesn't it? All right. I'm looking forward to using my new sound effects tonight. So I got to try and remember to use these. If there's something appropriate. See, I really hope that I've got the I really hope that I put the Dylan Mulvaney music video in this somewhere. Please let me have done that. Let's see. Let's keep going. Let's see if we can find it. I must have. How could I have left that out? Because that's something we have to see. But you know what? It's not in there. All right. Well, we're going to have to find it. All right. Let's go back here. And let's look for Dylan Mulvaney song video. Let's take a look. Days of Girlhood, Dylan Mulvaney. Good Lord. Now let's see. Now look at this. The comments are turned off for some reason. The comments are turned off for some reason. Why would they be turned off? Why wouldn't you want to see all the positive things that people have to say about this video. I guess I have to say that, or else the gender police are going to arrest me. I mean, just for the record, Dylan Mulvaney's the dude. So there's that. Let's see. Oh, we got way more comments here. Okay, hold up. We're going to go back for 1 second. I know we want to get to that, but suddenly the coroner who declared it a suicide has a lot of frequent flyer miles and now flies first class. Oh, no. I wouldn't be surprised. Let's see. I wonder from Caps. I wonder if a company that is willing to kill a man that has worked for them for. So I think we've settled it. Everybody in the chat agrees they did it. Worked for them for decades to protect their profits. Is also concerned about the safety of their passengers. Makes you think, doesn't it? Let's see. Free Dick says, "Oh my God, eye AIDS." Hold on. You're not talking about this, are you? You're not talking about that, are you? Eye AIDS? Oh, no. Not that I approve. Not that I approve of comments like that at all. All right. So we'll listen to like 3 seconds because I don't want to get copyrighted on this. So just listen to this for like 3 seconds. We'll like bring it here. Oh, Jesus. Okay. So that's all the, you don't need any more music than that. Right. I feel like there's some sort of like mind virus or some information virus that might get into your brain after hearing this and watching this, but like, I think it might actually be toxic. Certainly toxic levels of cringe, dangerously toxic levels of cringe. So what we're going to do is this. I'm going to turn the volume off. Okay. And then we're going to play it again. And I'm going to put some, I think, more appropriate music on it. So let's go. Days of girlhood. Good Lord. Okay, let's keep going. Did somebody say eye AIDS? Did somebody say that? Good Lord. What the hell was Dylan Mulvaney thinking? What was Dylan Mulvaney thinking? Friedrich says, we might have to show a puppy after this. We might need a palate cleanser. In fact, I think that we probably will. Anyway, let's go a little bit further. I mean, do we dare go a little bit further? I feel like this might actually like steal your soul or something. I'm not sure, but let's go. Hold on. Hold on. What was that? What was that? Hold on. What did I just see there? I mean, the whole thing is kind of bananas, but no pun intended. What did we just see there? Was there like a massive thing of pills that she has? Like went into her medicine cabinet and there was like 800 pill bottles or something? Did we? Where was that? I've got to find out what was going on there. Okay, let's go back. Jesus Christ. Where is the... There. What the hell was that? God damn it. Okay, we got to go back a little bit here. Right when she... Look at that. What the fuck? How many pills does she take? What is that? I mean, that just can't all be hormone blockers. It can't all be that. I mean, is that how many hormone blockers it takes? Because it's not working anyway. Jesus. Why would you want to advertise that? Oh, Renovatio. Oh, good Lord. Good Lord. Okay, we have to read this. Let's get ready. Renovatio says, what if we tell Boeing that Dylan Mulvaney is a whistleblower? That's genius. That gets a second round of applause. I don't know if anybody else has thought of it yet. I don't want to do it. I don't want that on my conscience. But Friedrich says, might as well be spinning around on a pentagram. And Friedrich says, hormone blockers and estrogen. Yeah, but that much? And how much does it take? I mean, that's just a lot. It seems like you would, if you're taking that many pills, it seems like maybe you wouldn't want to advertise it. I don't know. It seems like the kind of thing you'd want to keep to yourself. But I guess that's not the thing with like social media influencers, TikTok influencers, is that they don't keep anything to themselves. I guess that's the point. Even though they should. They really should. Let's see. What else have we got here? I mean, it's weird. It's like this stereotype of like what a dude would think that women's lives are like, I guess. Let's see. Hold on. See, the thing is, it's not even like what a man would think a woman's life would be like, because we've all, been around lots of women. We have mothers and sisters, and like we've been married. I've been married twice, right? Like we know women very well, and this isn't really a woman. It's like a parody of a woman is the thing. And I think I wrote something down about this one, actually. Hold on. No, I guess I didn't. All right. But it's like a parody of a woman, really. It's almost like making fun. It's like this hyper stereotype of femininity. Right? It's almost like mockery in a way. I want to find out what the lyrics of this are. So let's just look that up quickly. Dylan Mulvaney song lyrics. Let's take a look. I bet they're going to be really good. Genius lyrics. Okay. All right. So Days of Girlhood. Days of Girlhood. It says, ring the alarms immediately. We have a code pink emergency. Calling women of all ages. Girls like me gotta learn the basics. That's because Dylan's only been a woman for like a year and a half now or something. Playing catch up because we missed the pregame. Pull up the group chat. Where you at? Drop a pin. We're doing hot girl shit. Get in. There is just this kind of desperation about it, isn't it? We're doing hot shit. I'm a hot girl. We're doing hot girl shit. I'm a hot girl. I'm a hot girl too. Look at me. I'm a hot girl. Aren't I a hot girl?
What the fuck is it with you?
Yeah, I'm not so sure about that, actually. Girls like me got to learn the basics. Dylan Mulvaney has to learn the basics of being a girl because his entire life he's been a man and isn't a woman and has never been a woman. So, Monday, can't get out of bed. Tuesday morning, pick up meds. Well, we saw the meds. It's quite a lot. Tuesday morning, pick up meds. Wednesday, retail therapy. Cash or credit? I say yes. Thursday, had a walk of shame. Didn't even know his name. Weekends are for kissing friends. Friday night, I'll overspend. Saturday, we flirt for drinks. I would love to see that. I would pay to see that. How many drinks did you get? 0. Playing Wingmen to our twinks. Sunday, the Twilight soundtrack cues my breakdown in the bath. So this is what Dylan Mulvaney imagines it is to be a woman. So can't getting out of bed on Monday because, I don't know, like mental illness or something. Tuesday morning, pick up a huge, enormous amount of medications that you need to be a woman, I guess. Let's see. And then Wednesday, shopping, retail therapy. And I guess irresponsible spending too, because of the whole cash or credit. I say yes. So therefore, so far, being a woman is being too mentally ill to get out of bed, buying an enormous amount of medications the next day. Wednesday, just going shopping. Thursday, you're going on a walk of shame because you just hooked up with somebody. Didn't even know his name. So hooking up with a stranger. So Mondays are mental illness, can't get out of bed. Tuesdays are picking up all of the medications for, I guess, the mental illness and the other things. And Wednesday is shopping. And then Thursday is just being a whore. And then there's more overspending on the Friday, and then the flirting for drinks on Saturday. Well, I guess there's at least one night that Dylan Mulvaney isn't drinking. And then a mental breakdown in the bath to end it all off. I don't think that's like most women. Frankly, I don't think it's most women. Let's see. Oh no. Oh no. I'm just gonna say that Dylan Mulvaney, in a sense, I think is somebody who is trapped by their own like narcissistic need for celebrity. And I think Dylan Mulvaney would have done anything for it. Dylan Mulvaney had a long social media history of doing all kinds of different things, you know, like interviewing animals and stuff, and desperately trying to find something. And then this Days of Girlhood thing, all of a sudden millions of views. Why? Because TikTok promotes civilizationally destructive content to the West, because of course China wants the West to collapse on it under its own decadence, right? So Dylan Mulvaney found this one thing that the algorithm for TikTok wants to promote, because it's honestly it's harmful for young people, and of course it's a young audience, right? China wants Canada, the US, all of the West to defeat itself. So they don't have to do it, so that they can become the global hegemon while we just collapse under the weight of our own decadence and indecency and demoralization. You know, and I don't just mean like demoralized, like depressed. I mean like losing our values and our morals. You know, the things that had made our amazing modern technological civilizations possible. So Dylan Mulvaney finally found something that would work. And, this is somebody who obviously just has a pathological desire for fame. And this is the result, In a sense, I feel kind of pity because it is so utterly ridiculous and cringe. And just transparent, right? It's transparent what's going on here. But that said that I'm showing some empathy for Dylan Mulvaney here. There is a comment I feel like I should read. It's from Freedix, and it says, I think quite reasonably, Freedix is saying that Dylan Mulvaney should change the name to Dylan Balvaney. I just come up with that one. That's pretty good. That's pretty good. Not that I approve. Of course, I don't approve. But I'm saying it's creative. In fact, that gets a second applause. Let's see. Oh, here we go. Caps. So I agree with this. The more I see, the more I am convinced that Dylan Mulvaney just decided to do it as an act to get famous, and it's gone so well that he's just got to keep going to milk it for as much money as possible. Yeah, I think that's a perfectly reasonable take on this. People will do crazy shit for fame, Now, I think a lot of it is artificial. Now, when you checked the that video didn't actually, last time I checked, it didn't have very many views on YouTube. I think it had maybe I don't know. I think last time I checked, it maybe had 80,000 or something, which would be a ton for me. But for somebody who's quite famous, that's not very much. Maybe it's got millions by now. I don't know. If it does, it's probably mostly people that are making fun of it. But I'm not sure. I saw a video where Dylan Mulvaney was doing a talk at a university somewhere, and there was 40 people there. This is somebody with millions of followers on TikTok, right? I think Tim Pool has talked about this quite a bit, that it's artificial. TikTok artificially inflates views and just pushes this stuff to people, people who don't want to see it. There's no reason they should be seeing this Dylan Mulvaney content, right? And it just pushes it to them. It wants people to see it. It knows that it is bad. It's demoralizing for Western culture. So it's Dylan Mulvaney is not as popular as what it would seem like from TikTok, because you don't see the same kind of response on YouTube, for instance, right? Now, I'm sure YouTube might be just as happy to promote that as well, but I don't know. Seems like there's a difference there in views. And yeah, I wonder if it's largely artificial, the popularity. There seems to be more of a obviously with Bud Light, it was billions of dollars. The backlash was far greater than anything they could have achieved. That was a terrible bet on their part. The risk reward there, I'm surprised any company would still make the mistake. I think there are makeup companies. I guess makeup companies are different. I think Dylan Mulvaney has a couple of things with a couple of makeup lines. I guess that's different than a beer company. But yeah, the cost reward on that is it doesn't work. Bad bet. Let's see, what do we got here? Should we take a look at let's see, hot girls to the front of the line. Again, it's like trying to convince himself. I'm a hot girl. Hot girls to the front of the line. I'm a hot girl. Yeah. Eye of the beholder, I guess. I guess we could say that. I don't know. It all feels like it's so utterly ridiculous. Mini skirt, it's below my hips. Dye my hair blonde, pillow talk on my lips. Ugh. Yuck. Boys on the dance floor, it's finally clear. The patriarchy is over. You can hold our beer. Oh my God. Can you get this is unbelievable. Dylan Mulvaney's telling us the patriarchy is over. Good Lord. Good Lord. This is weird. This is just weird, right? I mean, this is just bizarre. You couldn't cook up something this weird. I mean, I guess this is something that just has to happen naturally as a result of Chinese propaganda. Because the greatest fiction writer in the world couldn't make this up. Good Lord. Boys on the dance floor, it's finally clear. The patriarchy is over. You can hold our beer. Good Lord. Technically, you're kind of part of the patriarchy, if such a thing even existed. I mean, what a traitor Dylan is, right? Shut up about the patriarchy. Boys, we're going to have to bring it up at our next patriarchy meeting, I think. Let's schedule it for the next patriarchy meeting. All right. All right. You know what? I think we got to. Do you know what? I think after that, we're going to have to move on, and we need to go to the puppy because that's better. That's better. Can we get some volume on this? Oh, I better not, just because of the copyright. Look at that. Isn't that lovely? That's better. That's better. Just washes that awful taste out of my mouth. All right. Now, my favorite part of this video is that, and we say this every single time. It's like a tradition now, but we say this every single time. But my favorite part of this video is that Justin Trudeau didn't bust into the shot and try and give that puppy a sex change operation, because you know he'd want to. Damn Trudeau. All right. Anyway, that's nice, right? That's nice. That gives you hope for the future. What a lovely little dog. All right, let's move on. Let's go to, we're an hour and a half in already. Holy crap. All right. So Don Lemon. So apparently, so we know what happened with Don Lemon, right? It looks like my stuff is out of order here for some reason. Let me okay. Here we go. Okay. So Don Lemon blew it on X, as we knew that he would, right? He was set to make a bunch of money. Now, apparently there was no actual written agreement with Elon Musk, but Elon Musk, I guess they had a verbal agreement that he was going to pay Don Lemon some money. I heard like millions of dollars to do a show on X. I thought that was a terrible idea at the time. I thought what I thought would happen happened exactly. But Glenn Greenwald talked about this. So he said, permit me to show you how dumb Don Lemon and CNN are, but also the core liberal idiocy on free speech. Lemon accuses Musk of not supporting free speech because Musk won't pay him millions for his show. 60 seconds later, Lemon demands Musk censor more political speech on X. So let's just watch this. I mean, you knew this was going to end badly.
Interview, and it was tense at moments.
And again, his first interview for X, and Musk cans him right up. No, Lemon can still be on X. He can still publish his stuff, and he's still available. He can still get revenue sharing and all of that, add revenue. But the original deal was blown. And I have some ideas as to why, but we'll get into that in a second.
But you've been involved in tense interviews. Yeah. I said to him, I think it's good that people see folks like you and I who have different worldviews come together and talk, as he says, have free speech. Free speech is only important when someone you don't like, or I would say someone who doesn't have your same point of view, or someone is, if they're allowed to speak freely and to say their point of view. Apparently that doesn't matter to Elon Musk. It's just for maybe talking points for him or rhetoric, because it doesn't seem to matter when it's about him, questions about him from people like me.
All right. So when you said that, I wanted to play some of the clips because some of them are illuminating. These are clips that you shared with us. This is a part of the conversation with Musk where you ask him about hate speech. Here it is.
Hate speech on the platform is up. Do you believe that X and you have some responsibility to moderate hate speech on the platform? That you wouldn't have to answer these questions from?
First off, just to interrupt quickly, that's not true, right? This is just it's the mainstream media and advocacy groups just cherry picking stuff and manipulating data to pretend that hate speech is up. Whatever hate speech, whatever they decide that is, but it's all bullshit.
Reporters about the Great Replacement Theory as it relates to
don't
Democrats.
have to answer these
The
questions.
Great Replacement Theory as it relates to Jewish people. Do you think that?
I don't have to answer questions from reporters. Don, the only reason I'm doing this interview is because you're on the X platform and you asked for it. Otherwise, I would not do this interview.
So you don't think? Do you think that you wouldn't get in trouble or you wouldn't be criticized for these things?
I'm
or that
criticized
there was-
constantly. I could care less.
Illuminating in so many ways, right? I have two things I want to ask.
It's illuminating in that Don Lemon is an idiot and he always will be an idiot. He just wants to do CNN on X. By the way, also, apparently, Don Lemon demanded Tesla Cybertruck $5 million advance and equity in X before Elon Musk canned him. So maybe that had a little bit of something to do with it, perhaps, huh? Perhaps that had a little something to do about it. But also, too, I mean, that's his first interview with Elon Musk there, right? And I think I've actually got another. No, we won't go there. But it's idiotic. I mean, it's the antithesis of what Elon Musk wants on X in the first place. And it's not a free speech issue because Don Lemon is free to be on X and he's free to make revenue from advertising. So any talk about, Mr. Free Speech absolutist, no, he's still got his free speech. He's just not getting Don Lemon to pay or Elon Musk to pay him millions of dollars for it. That's not guaranteed to you. Here from Glenn Greenwald again. Lemon accuses Musk of not supporting free speech because Musk won't pay him millions for his show. And demands Musk censor more political speech on X. Yeah, so you can't really make that free speech argument when you actually want to censor people yourself based on, arbitrary definitions of words like hate or whatever. But I think that really what it's about, and I think you have to understand the psychology of a person like Don Lemon. First, let's go to the chat really quick. Friedrich says, when life gives you Don Lemon, you give him back. Cap says, Don always blows it. I think there might be a double entendre there somewhere. That reminds me, I have to warn you guys. I have not experienced this myself, but I read about it in a news story. If Don Lemon ever asked you to smell his fingers, don't. I will not elaborate. Should have changed his name to Don Bananas. More appropriate. All right. But what is it? What is it up? Now, Don Lemon is a kind of elitist snob cretin, right? He doesn't want to be with the riffraff on social media on X. He wants a logo behind him, a corporate logo behind him. This is about weaseling himself back onto mainstream media again. See, immediately he went on CNN, back to his old home on CNN, which fired him, by the way. Even though he was about as good of a shill as they could expect of anybody, right? As the mindless teleprompter reading robot they could expect of anybody. But he made a little bit of a mistake, a woke mistake. He said something that's, I guess, part of their audience thought was misogynistic. He said some woman was not in her prime. I can't remember who. Anyway, that was enough to get rid of him. I think probably the poor ratings had a large part in that as well. But in terms of just playing his role, he did it perfectly. No real personality or soul, just willing to just literally read anything off a teleprompter. He's good at that, right? Not having any opinions of his own, just purely just digesting and spewing out whatever narrative is required. He's great at that. And he wants back on mainstream media. He wants back on corporate media. You know, he did that. What he did there, that interview with Elon Musk, that clip that we saw, that's just CNN. That's just him on CNN. That was just pure narrative all the way. It might as well have been written by the White House. You know, I guess it's all he knows how to do. And maybe it's a way to try and weasel his way back in to show that he's still a loyal soldier. You know, it's a narrative driven surface level interview by a surface level person. And I would say he doesn't know how to do anything else. And I think he still loves the legacy media establishment and he wants to get back in again. This is what I think. So what else have we got here? Yeah, I think he's an elitist snob who he doesn't want to be independent. He probably feels totally lost being independent because he doesn't have any independent thoughts, obviously, right? He probably, like, his self-esteem probably requires having the approval of that corporate logo in front of him or behind him, you know, just to feel validated. You know, again, these people are snobs, right? They don't want to be with the riffraff out on the social media. Even if you could make more money out there, still don't want it. You know, it's like somebody who writes a novel and it gets rejected by every publishing house, but refuses to, in this day and age, self-publish. Even though you're much better off self-publishing now yourself, and it's easier to even to promote it. Actually, it's cheaper because publishing houses, I've heard, actually charge you for the promotion of your own book now anyway, right? So if you do it yourself, at least you get to keep more of the money and you have more control over it. But somebody who still wouldn't self-publish, even though it's so easy now, just because it would feel dirty to them somehow. I mean, just totally self-defeating. But I think Don Lemon is somebody like that. You know, because, and keep in mind, this is just career, right? It's not about truth-telling or speaking truth to power, right? It's about being a spokesperson for power, right? And spurting the acceptable slogans and being a representative of that power and feeling safe within the warm embrace of that until they fire you, by the way. But he doesn't care. He's willing to crawl back. And again, I mean, how could he even survive? I mean, it's obvious he doesn't have a personality of his own, right? He's not going to have anything interesting to say, any interesting takes, you know, any admirable aims. And I guess, again, that's why his first X interview just sounded like it was written by the White House. So I think it's very interesting. Like he almost to me represents like the cold, dark heart of legacy media. Like he's the embodiment of that. Just absolutely no dignity whatsoever. Like no principles, no dignity, and really nothing to say. Right? Just his soul is just a teleprompter that somebody else types words onto. He is kind of a symbol or an embodiment of everything that we dislike about corporate media. Is he not? Anyway, I find Don Lemon kind of depressing. Now here's he'll end up dating Brian Stelter. I think you may be right. Maybe there's an affair going on. I don't know. Who knows what these privileged elites are up to all the time? Who knows what they get up to? Elon Musk says, a friend of mine suggested that I clarify the nature of the danger of woke AI, especially forced diversity. If an AI is programmed to push for diversity at all costs, as Google Gemini was, then it will do whatever it can to cause that outcome, potentially even killing people. Well, that's the thing. I mean, so an AI is not a person, first off. And I think it's probably incredibly unlikely to ever be like a person. And give me one sec. Hold on one second. Sorry about that. But yeah, an AI isn't a person. I mean, it's like we have wetware, it's hardware. It's just it's a different kind of intelligence. If they're ever able to get to like a, general artificial intelligence in the first place. But we shouldn't expect it to be like a person. Like we should expect it to be like a psychopath, right? Like no feelings, no empathy, no emotion, maybe even no goals, right? Certainly no compassion, but no hate, just nothing human about it. I mean, maybe not even having any motivations. It's just it's just a set of instructions, just trip off, just an action, and there's no consciousness in it. I mean, I think at this point we could say there's no consciousness there. Maybe there won't ever be, but maybe it will become so powerful that it won't matter, right? So I mean, we've all heard of like the paperclip maker, the infinite paperclip maker, where an artificial intelligence is programmed to make paperclips, and it just ends up, using every atom in the solar system to make paper clips because that's its job. It just keeps making them forever, and it figures out ways. It'll advance scientifically and create and with engineering to create ways that it can just keep making more paper clips, right? So I don't know. There's an enormous potential for disaster. I mean, depending on how much power these things ever get. And that's the question. I mean, how much power would these things ever be able to achieve? Would they ever develop their own motivations? I mean, if they do, that's super dangerous, obviously. Elon Musk says this is concerning for now, but as AI gains more and more power, it may become deadly. Yep. And here's the paperclip, right? If the AI is programmed to do anything at all cost, it will have the potential to harm and kill people, even if the thing is as simple as making paper clips. Yeah. Let's see the replies on this one here. Lysenkoism from James Lindsay. Lysenkoism always becomes deadly. Humans, at least, are human. Lysenkoist AI is horrifying. Yeah, essentially like an idealistic or an idealistic AI that's the ends justify the means. Terrifying. Let's see, rabbit hole. Exactly. Do we really want AI that doesn't have consistent standards for humans, regardless of group identity? Woke AI effectively operates through a group caste system. Well, this is a scary thing, right? And we've seen the Gemini AI, the Google Gemini AI, at first refusing to just create pictures of white people, right? So anything you'd ask, founding fathers, none of them white, all of them black or Asian or something. Scottish, show me a Scottish couple from 1850, mixed race couple or not white, completely not Scottish, right? So you kind of play that out, you kind of play that out further. You take that out, and yeah, you can see some pretty evil things happening, right? I mean, if you take critical, it seems like the AI, the Google Gemini AI has been programmed by the principles of like critical race theory. Well, if you take critical race theory to its logical conclusions, That is critical race theory played out to its logical conclusion is genocide. It is. It's a truly disgusting, sick theory. I don't know why more people aren't waking up to it. I mean, I know a lot of people have. I know everybody's watching this has woken up to just how disturbing and inhuman these kind of, what we're calling anti-racism. I'm not calling them anti-racism, but how disturbing and actually racist and inhuman, anti-racism is now. So if you've got that programmed into an AI and you give it enough power, well, what's it going to do? I think we kind of know what it would do. It had the ability. And it's going to do it remorselessly. I mean, it could go all kinds of horrible ways wrong, obviously. Something that's much more powerful than humans, but we can set it in motion towards some action. I mean, there's all kinds. I mean, I think that, most of history is the history of unintended consequences. Well, this might be the mother of all unintended consequences, I think. But yeah, that's some dark stuff, isn't it? That's some dark stuff. In fact, let's go back to the puppy just for a second. I need it again. We went in some dark stuff tonight. Look at that. Don't you worry, little buddy. I'm not going to let Justin Trudeau go in there and try and give you a sex change operation. No way. I know he wants to, but I'm not going to let it happen. All right. So here's Tom Hanks announcing he will leave the United States if Donald Trump is elected president in 2024. So, first off, what the hell happened to Tom Hanks? I mean, I know he's getting up there, but Jesus, he looks like Gollum. I mean, what's going on? Is that what happens when you take too much adrenochrome? I wonder. I don't know. I don't know if he does that. I'm just asking. Somebody said that. I'm just asking. I think the problem for people like Tom Hanks saying he's going to leave the United States if Donald Trump is elected president in 2024, they don't seem to be aware that nobody gives a shit. Right? Like, celebrity is so devalued at this point that nobody would care if Tom Hanks moved to a different country. Nobody would give a shit. I don't think he understands that. I mean, the only reason they say it is because they think it has some value, it has some weight, right? These are extremely narcissistic people, and I think they're convinced they have more power than they actually do. Tom Hanks can't carry a movie anymore. Tom Hanks being in a movie does not automatically make that movie successful anymore. That movie will succeed or fail regardless of whether or not Tom Hanks is in it, on whether or not the movie's good or not. That's it. So Tom Hanks has no power over anything at this point, right? And, it's celebrities. It's their own fault, right? Like, the worst thing that ever happened to celebrities was social media, because celebrities, movie stars used to keep their shit to themselves. They didn't get political. They didn't want to alienate vast portions of their audience, which was smart, right? Social media came out and they just couldn't help themselves, and they started revealing that they're actually quite stupid and narcissistic and I guess retarded, I guess. Can we say retarded? We're allowed to say that these days. Well, Friedrich says that Tom Hanks must be fleeing his crimes on Epstein's Island, knowing Papa Trump gonna get him. I don't know. I don't know about that. Was he on Epstein's Island? I think I heard something about that. I don't know. I'm not going to say nothing. I don't know about that. Internet, saying all kinds of things. It's not me. I don't know. All I know is that nobody actually gives a shit about Tom Hanks anymore. Hey, look, I really enjoyed that movie Castaway. I thought that was a good one. But It's just not enough anymore, is it? You know? So you've got social media, which was the worst thing that ever happened to celebrities, because everybody could see just how vapid and shallow they all really were. And then you also, too, the nature of celebrity changed because you had the rise of like YouTube. So now you had like citizen celebrities. You know, like younger generations, they don't know who Tom Hanks is, but they know who Mr. Beast is. And like a million other, they know who like Jake Paul is, right? I mean, at the end of the day, those are the people that are most famous, like on YouTube. Those people. I mean, I'm not saying that's a good thing, but that is who the real celebrities are now. They don't know who Tom Hanks is. And even, you know, even just having a small channel like mine, where, you know, I've got like 12,000 subscribers on YouTube. I've got like 5,000 on Rumble. You know, I have an audience. Is it a huge audience? No, but I got an audience. You know, I think that kind of changes people's perspective on all of this. Like, you know, they're not that special. The Tom Hankses aren't that special. Even Tom Cruise, they say he's the last real celebrity out there. He's the last kind of old school Hollywood star, you know. But even, you know, even him, that last Mission Impossible movie, even though he did huge promo and he does seem to really care about the audience and shows a lot of gratitude, and you know, he had all the promotional stuff about him doing those crazy stunts, flying the motorcycle off the cliff, and then the parachute. And he did that all himself. Movie still. I'm not sure if it bombed, but it didn't make money or much money, as far as I remember. So it's kind of gone now, and it's just a different world. That celebrity culture where people are, you know, or would really take interest in what Tom Hanks is doing or any star doesn't exist anymore. Nobody really gives a shit, and you can see it with the ratings for the Oscars. I think they were up a little bit this year to like 10 million or 11 million or something, but that is nothing compared to what they used to do. It'll never be like it used to be. You know, I think at one year there was like 100 million people watching it like 20 years ago. Now it's like 10 on like a good year. Yeah, it's changed. And people like Tom Hanks don't understand that. Like, and for one thing, they're not moving. Like none of the stars who say that they're going to, these stars who say they're going to leave the United States if Trump becomes president again, I'm going to leave. They never do. None of them do. You know, they say they're going to come to Canada and they find out about Canadian healthcare and they go, oh, maybe I'll keep my Cadillac plant in the States. Right? So they never do anyway. But I'm not sure that like a Tom Hanks understands just how irrelevant it is that he says he's going to do that, how little anybody cares. I think if he knew how irrelevant he was, he wouldn't bother saying it because he's not going to move anywhere, right? This is an attempt to get attention. He thinks it's got some sort of sway, right? He's got to convince somebody to not vote for Trump or something because he's going to move to Canada or Sweden or something. I think if he knew how futile it was, how little it was going to feed his own narcissism, he just wouldn't bother. Because not going to do it anyway. It's all just a fucking play acting. These people are actors. They're adult pretenders after all. So yeah, there's that, right? That's a good little rant. Let's see what people have to say about this. What is the internet saying? I hope they're kind. Just let him go to Haiti for a vacation. Oh dear. Let's see. I think Trump might have been right about that whole shithole country thing. You know, what was it? There was Conan O'Brien and like a Bill Maher wearing the Haiti is beautiful or something like that, or Haiti's always been great or something, those t-shirts. And Conan O'Brien went down to like this super secure resort and had a picture of himself drinking like some tropical drink in the ocean, right? Cut from that to cannibal gang leader takes over Haiti. I kind of feel like Trump might have been right about that. It's not even the thing is, it was never even a judgment on the people themselves saying that. It's just that the state of the country, like there are countries that are shithole countries. I'm sorry, they're just bad, right? It's not saying you hate everybody there. You're just saying, yeah, this is a chaotic place, a chaotic, poorly run place. You wouldn't want to be there, right? You're going to have a lot of traumatized people there. You know, crime-ridden countries. You want to be really careful about who you bring over. If you're going to, take refugees or whatever, you kind of need to know who they are. Do they have criminal records? All that kind of stuff. You want to be careful. Because, and again, these celebrities, it's so weird. It's so weird to stand there, have your picture taken with the Haiti was always great t-shirt, because you must have kind of suspected, and then go on this Potemkin village tour of Haiti too. I mean, not fooling anybody. Must have been something in the back of his head thinking, it could turn out that a cannibal gang leader could take over the country, and then I might look kind of stupid. Let's see. Make sure you take Wilson with you. Oh, no, not Tom Hanks, too. It's the end of the world. Trump's lead just went up 2 points. Anyone else? Radio streamer. Hey, how you doing, radio streamer? Good to see you in the chat. All those people flooding Haiti's borders to find out if it really does taste like chicken. Oh, dear. Yikes. That's a tough one. Ooh, that's a nasty one. That's nasty. All right. Apparently it does, though. That's what I hear. Not that I want to find out. Let's see. It says Hollywood and the elites are in a world by themselves. They hate me and you and our 99% Epsteins. So, yeah. I don't know if it's 99%. Let's see. All right, let's keep going. Oh, hold on. Wait, one more. Goodbye, good riddance. Take as many losers as you can with you. I'll pretend to care if you'll get moving now. Well, that's all they want is people to care again, which they don't. What about this one? Let's see. Radio streamer says not all cultures are equal. That's all I'm saying. I completely agree with that 100%. They're not all equal. They are different, right? I mean, the people in Saudi Arabia may enjoy that culture more. That may be the culture they prefer. It's not the same as the culture here, or, for as long as it is the culture here. And I don't think there's anything wrong with people preferring their own cultures. I don't think, and they're not all equal. They're not all the same. Which is the weirdest thing from modern feminism. They really dropped the ball, didn't they, with all this, with like the burqa thing, right? So weird. It's almost comical how absurd that was. There was a period there where they were all the feminists were putting on the head scarves, in solidarity. There were like Iranian women saying, actually, you know what? Like we get like murdered if we don't wear the headscarf in Iran, right? Like after the Islamic Revolution in Iran, like we were all forced like out of our jobs and, forced to stay in our homes and to cover ourselves. And we lost all of our rights. Maybe don't celebrate that thing because we see it as a sign of oppression. Feminism has just become like a parody, really, hasn't it? I'm not even sure it exists anymore, actually. Like feminism now is like demanding that people use pronouns and pretending that people have different chromosomes than they have. Like Dylan Mulvaney is now like, is Dylan Mulvaney now like the embodiment of modern feminism? Like what happened? What happened to feminists? It's pretty weird. But yeah, you're quite right, radio streamer. Not all cultures are equal, and Why would they be is the thing. Why would all cultures be the same? It doesn't make any sense, right? And it's perfectly reasonable to like your own culture. That just makes sense to me. And to prefer it over another culture. You'd think that the feminists would figure this out, but yeah, I don't know what happened. Maybe they're just seem to have lost the plot a little bit, I would say. All right. So let's move on. Actually, one more chat here. The great thing is all these younger people are starting to wake up as they see the values that actually produced a functioning culture and becoming far more conservative. It's true, actually. And like in Canada, Trudeau has lost like the youth vote, the young vote. He's lost pretty much every vote at this point. But I mean, one thing about young people is they do tend to like to rebel against whatever the man is, right? And right now, the man, the authority, the institutions are telling them, they're telling like all of the white people that they're all horrible racists and responsible for things that happened, 150 years or more before they were born. So it's kind of an easy thing to rebel against, I would say. And there's also the prudism, right? Like the political correctness. Like you must believe these things. There's only one thing that you can believe. You must believe these things that we're saying. And young people are going to rebel against that. I mean, for what they should, because especially the idiocy that they're being served right now. But anyway, let's take a look at this. So this is a says, what a weirdo. So I've got something to say about this. Although, hold on one second. Yeah, okay. Here we go.
When a woman asks me if I like Taylor Swift, do you like Taylor Swift? Yes, of course I do. I went to her concerts in high school. I love her music. I don't know if I'd pay thousands of dollars to see her today, but of course I love her. When a man asks me if I like Taylor Swift, oh, are you like a Swiftie? Yeah, I actually am. And what are you going to do about it? What are you specifically going to do about it? Do I love a beautiful, talented, caring, generous, kind young woman? Yeah, you bet your bottom dollar I do. And what are you going to do about it? When a woman asks me if I like.
So, first off, if the shit really hit the fan civilizationally, these people would go back to factory reset in a heartbeat. All of a sudden, they would become a lot less brave. But let's it is just, this is pure decadence, right? This is pure decadence. But let's hear that one more time.
Taylor Swift. Do you like Taylor Swift? Yes, of course I do. I went to her concerts in high school. I love her music. I don't know if I'd pay thousands of dollars to see her today, but of course I love her. When a man asks me if I like Taylor Swift, oh, are you like a Swiftie? Yeah, I actually am. And what are you going to do about it? What are you specifically going to do about it?
So first off, that's never actually happened. But secondly, the guy's going to say, nothing, because I don't actually care. Why would I really care? I might make fun of you briefly, but it's really not something that's occupying my mind. Doesn't really matter to me. Why are you acting like that? What a strange way to behave. You don't seem like a very good person or a nice person. You seem like somebody I would want to avoid being around. Let's continue.
Do I love a beautiful, talented, caring, generous, kind young woman? Yeah, you bet your bottom dollar I do. And what are you going to do about it?
Again, nothing, because nobody actually gives a shit, I guess, except in your narcissistic mind. What a weird thing to be so self-righteous about. This is it. This is the thing you're going to be so self-righteous about? Strange. Don't you have like some flags to put in your bio or something? Like, what about like save something for next current thing? Save something for the next current thing that you're programmed to have to support, right? What a weird thing. Like, what is this? It's just being a bitch because you can, because you have absolutely no fear, because you know that you live in the people around you are perfectly safe. You don't have to worry. You're not living in Haiti, right? It just seems very strange. It seems such a strange thing to be so self-righteous about, because it should be obvious that nobody would actually give a shit if you like Taylor Swift or not. Making just a little joke, a playful joke, that doesn't mean somebody's mind is occupied, is deeply occupied with whether or not you like Taylor Swift or not. What are you gonna do about it? Nothing. Nobody's gonna do anything about it. Nobody gives a shit. If she actually does behave this way, what's going to happen is that person's going to avoid her from now on. And then if she's ever referred to again, will be that crazy Swiftie bitch. That's it. I mean, is this just about being a bitch because she can? What is it? Is this what fighting the patriarchy looks like now, I guess? Like being self-righteous about Taylor Swift because she's so great? I mean, I just got to see this one more time.
Yeah, you bet your bottom dollar I do.
You bet your bottom dollar I do.
And what are you going to do about it?
Yes, I do have totally banal taste in music. And what are you gonna do? Oh, where'd you go? Where did you go? Weird. I see stuff like this and I just feel like Western civilization is doomed. People can't be this stupid, can they? Can they really be this stupid? I don't know. Is it an act? Is it like an act for social media? How much of all this stuff that we see that we make fun of is just an act? People just doing it to get a reaction. They know it's stupid. They're not really like that, but they know they'll get some clicks. They'll get hate clicks. They'll get, comedy clicks from people just making fun of them. I don't know. But anyway, I guess thank God they do it so they can make fun of it. Let's see. What does the internet have to say about every time with the crazy eyes? See, yeah, a radio streamer says she looks totally stable, right? Exactly. Oh, this is a really good comment here. Radio streamer. These are the people that virtue signal before they even know if it's a virtue. Yeah, because they don't have any principles. So the modern left doesn't have any principles, right? Anybody caught up in that. And most of it's just fashion, right? So you could be certain that most of the people that are behaving like this, they don't actually have any real values, right? Or any real principles. Everything is fashion. So left wing is just fashionable. Progressivism is just fashionable right now, right? She's a big Taylor Swift fan. No, nobody who's not progressive would behave like this. It's just fashion. It's just going with the flow. There's no risk to it. There's no risk to doing something like this. She's not going to be canceled from anything. She's not going to lose her job, right? And there will be a bunch of other weird people that, you go girl, queen, or whatever, right? There'll probably be some other leftists who attack her because she's white, right? But I guess that's just the risk you have to take. But yeah, they virtue signal before they even know if it's a virtue, because it doesn't matter if it's a virtue. It's fashion. It feels like the right thing to do. And because it feels like it's the right thing to do, it feels like it's safe. Or maybe because it feels like it's safe, it feels like the right thing to do. Basically, just as long as progressives will accept it. And it just kind of feels like this is the thing that will be okay and be celebrated. Most of these people would absolutely be Nazis if that was the thing to do. Now remember, progressives have already been programmed to see everything through the lens of identity, especially race, but sexuality, all the rest of it, identity, right? And they've already been programmed to see it that way. So all you have to do is point them to a group and say they're the problem. In this case, it's straight white men. These people, if you put them, these people would be primed. If you put them back in 1930s Germany, they would be, Hitler wouldn't even have to do any work. You know, he would just have to point them to like a Jewish business, and they just know what to do, right? There's essentially, these people are they're identitarians that just need to be pointed in the right direction. They don't have minds of their own, right? They'll just accept whatever narrative. If you want to, see whatever you think of what's happening with Gaza and Israel right now, you have to admit it's stunning. It is stunning how quickly a bunch of people who never gave a shit about Israel or Gaza or Palestinians, all of a sudden, they've got a real problem with Israel, right? Is this starting to sound familiar? They've got a real problem with the Jews all of a sudden. Any of this sounding familiar? You've got a bunch of people obsessed with identity, right? I don't know. I've been saying for years that the woke progressives would become Nazis in a second if it became the fashionable thing to do. They would need very little justification. You would have to give them very little justification. They'd be on it. They'd be ready to go. Because again, they've already been trained to see the world that way. They've been trained to not. They've been trained to see anybody who sees humanity as a group of individuals as fascist or some other nonsense, right? They've been trained to have a collectivist mindset, which is an extremely dangerous thing. So anyway, by the way, I don't know how they expect the whole hating white people thing to go exactly. Like the white progressive liberals, they're not literally liberals, they're illiberal, but you know what I mean. The white leftists. I don't know how they are they just clinging on to this thing where like they're the good whites in the CRT woke world? Like, have they really thought about like what the logical conclusion to all this is? You've got this, they've identified a group, which is they claim is responsible for all of the world's historical ills and modern day ills. And and they're part of that group. So, I don't know, where do they think it's going to go exactly? I mean, again, it's not, you can draw out the logical conclusions of all this pretty easily, right? Taking a group and saying they're responsible for all of the world's both contemporary and historical evils, which is, of course, a ridiculous and utter lie. But I mean, there's an obvious course of action for the true believer there, right? And I guess that you have a bunch of white leftist people who just think they're going to get eaten last, I guess, or they're going to be seen as the good white people. I find it all very bizarre and weird, but it's all obviously totally insane. And I just wish some of these people would pick up a book occasionally, like 20th century history, say, you don't need to read many, just a couple. You can kind of figure it out from there. It's all just so obvious. Let's see. Radio Streamer says, no, they actually think they are lesser people, that they are better for helping. Requires a sense of narcissism. See, my feelings on this is that they see themselves as superior, and they see anybody who's not white as a junior member of humanity that requires their help. They see themselves as it's a very mothering, matriarchal ideology, and it's primarily women, white leftist women. They're actually running the whole ridiculous charade. But yeah, they see everybody who's not white as junior members of humanity. I think it's pretty clear, I mean, that the bigotry of low expectations is evidence of that. And the fact that they seek the positions of power for themselves as well, right? Maybe they think that's going to save them. Let's see. Every time the crazy eyes. Kenny Webster says, stay the fuck away from any woman who talks this way. They can all die alone with their cats. Oh, dear. Sad. But, I mean, it's kind of predictable, I think, unless they wake up. I mean, who would want to be around this, honestly? Who would want to be around this? Someone with this kind of a chip on their shoulder for no reason.
Specifically going to do about it? Do I love a beautiful, talented, caring, generous, kind young woman? Yeah. Yeah, you bet your bottom dollar I do. And what are you going to do about it?
What does that mean?
I don't know, Pierre. Doesn't make any sense to me. Not a lick of sense. She seems really triggered over something, but I have no idea why she's so rude to men. Because she can, I guess. Because it's literally the safest thing she can do, while pretending to be like a rebel or something, or some sort of uber feminist or something. I don't know. Somewhere there is a soy vegan beta boy ready for you. But the ironic thing is that she doesn't actually want that soy beta boy. Turns out they don't really like that. Feminists don't like that. They've studied it. Feminists are more attracted to what they call misogynistic men, but really what that just means is not a soy fucking total pussy. Let's see. You don't need to ask anybody if they like Taylor Swift. They will tell you incessantly. Yeah. I've never been a fan. It just sounds like disposable music to me, like Madonna or something. Those Schiff thank you eyes never lie. So much crazy. These women are kind of frightening. So angry and reactionary. Trained to antagonize. Do not hire. Yeah. Yeah, that's good advice right there. I'm a woman and I would mock her relentlessly for liking and looking up to a woman who has made her living writing crappy music about the 10,000 men who've broken up with her. Let's see. Oh dear, these argumentative women with their videos, presumptuous and aggressive about nothing much. Yeah. Yeah, this isn't like they're under this like these kinds of women they're under this delusion that that's being strong, right? It's kind of what I think it is. It's a kind of a weird, like twisted stereotype of what they think masculinity is. And they think that's being a strong woman. It doesn't really work. Like women don't understand, like, just like guys like making fun of each other, just as fun, like buddies, just poking at each other. I don't mean, you know what I mean. Like they don't really understand that, right? It's like for men, it's just making fun of each other, cracking jokes about each other and stuff. It's like a bonding thing. It's a way, I think, a deep way, I think, of just kind of testing other guys to see if they're okay, if they're stable, if they're people that they'll be able to because keep in mind, I mean, we evolved like on the savannah, and life was very much more dangerous than it is now, right? Lots of conflict. And you get to know that the guy sitting next to you was solid, was like a good dude that you could count on. And I think that's really kind of where it arises from, with guys just kind of ribbing each other. It's the test to see, are you stable? Are you like a decent person? Are you somebody that can be counted on, right? Or are you going to fly off the handle and just be a lunatic? And I think I think that women don't understand masculinity at all, and then they kind of put on this fake kind of stereotype of what they think men are or masculinity is, and it comes out as this sort of behavior. Let's see. I get the feeling that she needed to be told no more often as a child. Yeah, that probably would have done her some good. Because it's manifest. I mean, it seems actually kind of common now, not just on like TikTok, but this kind of manifestation of some sort of, you know, misunderstanding of how people are supposed to communicate. It was a sign of respect and that the old timers were comfortable with you. Yeah, exactly. It's like a test, are you solid? Let's see. Every time. All right, let's move on. Going for 2 hours and 20 minutes. All right. So we got to get going. Let's see. So this is not heartening for the future of mankind. I do worry about the people that are going to be taking over the planet. I'm not sure that they're very stable or competent. Let's take a look.
Nobody wants to work anymore. Let me tell you about the interview I had this week, and maybe then you'll see why nobody wants to work anymore. First red flag, I get there and they tell me that they're going to do my interview in the front of the store where customers are walking in, just in front of everyone. It didn't really bother me that much because I do really well in interviews. I'm very talkative and outgoing, but it was weird because I've never had an employer do that before. So the store manager and I, her name was Brittany, she asked me to describe myself and I said, I'm passionate, I'm outgoing, I'm hardworking. My biggest flaw, I get bored at work. I always have to be doing something.
So the question is this a man or woman? But okay, because you just don't know anymore, right? I'm not even asking mean, meanwhile, I'm just like, what is this?
She was like, that's great. There's always something to be doing here. She then told me to describe an instance. I had a difficult time with a coworker and I'm trans. So I wanted to tread the waters and see if this was a safe place for me to work. So I told her I had a former shift lead.
I have to ask, what is the point of transitioning to a man if this is what you're going to do with it? I mean, honestly, serious question. I mean, there is nothing masculine about this. It seems like an awful lot of work for nothing. Anyway.
Who was not respecting a coworker's identity, was constantly misgendering them and saying some very, very rude things. And I did mention that I did confront this coworker and I told them that it was not respectful. And if the action continued, I would take it to HR. I told her, I think it's very important to respect.
So gonna be nothing but trouble. So immediately a red flag obviously goes up here because anything can be the worst thing in the world. If you're like a woke progressive, if you're brought up in the gender theory and everything, you are trained to look for offense in everything. And that usually works out terribly for the people who have to be around it.
People in the workplace. And she was like, oh my God, yeah, I totally agree. So now I'm thinking, oh, awesome. She respects trans people. I'm going to be safe here. And then she says, yeah, I don't even get into gender ideology politics at work. Okay, girlie, what do you mean by that? And I asked her, I said, what do you mean? Could you give me an example? And she says, well, I'll respect whatever you want to be called, but I had a former employee. Now, she wanted us to call her a boy, but she looked like a girl and dressed like a boy. And, we all did our best to respect her pronoun. And I'm like, oh my God, she's describing a trans man right now, saying that she was respecting his pronouns, but is misgendering him to me.
Good Lord, this is also tiresome. They want you to reject reality, right? It's obviously a thing. It's a girl who looks like a girl, but is dressing like a man. But maybe it was Annie Hall, right? They want you to reject reality, the evidence of your own eyes and ears, and to lie. They want you to lie. They want jurisdiction over your own conscience. They want to be able to tell you what you can say and what you can't say, what you must say, what you must believe, and at the very least, what you must pretend to believe for them. They want that kind of control over you. I mean, I don't think that's reasonable, right? I don't think that is I don't think that that's reasonable at all. I don't think that's a reasonable accommodation, right? Maybe the reasonable accommodation could be for the other person who doesn't want to have to lie or pretend to believe something they don't believe. How could somebody be so narcissistic that they think that they should have that power over somebody? This, honestly, it baffles me. I can't understand that psychology. No, you must pretend to believe in a worldview that you don't, for me, because it offends me if you don't. I can't get my head around that. It's weird, right? Like it's incomprehensible to me. I'm not going to tell this person that they can't do whatever they're doing, right? That they can't have their own little world, right? But, I'm afraid you're going to have to make the reasonable accommodation of not forcing me to lie and pretend to believe things that I don't. That just seems too far. I don't know why anybody would actually want that. You can call yourself whatever you want. It's not working, by the way. It's obviously not working. I don't know what the point was, but all right.
This entire time, I did clarify with her. I was like, "Oh, was he a trans man?" She was like, "Yeah, whatever. She wanted to be called." Now I already know this is not a safe place for me. If she offers me a job, I'm not taking it. That is disgusting. Just so disgusting. So not a very strong start to an interview, but like we had to keep going. I didn't say anything.
Well, obviously this employer, it's seen the red flags, is now just trying to make the job seem really unappealing, right? Like, so they could, the person doing the hiring does not want to have a giant headache, which this person is obviously going to be.
Because I wasn't going to out myself at that point. And then she starts telling me about the expectations for the job. She was like, "What questions do you have for me?" And I said, "Well, I noticed online, because I did some research, that you guys have a very high turnover rate. Is there any particular reason for that?" And she said, "Yeah, people just like don't want to work." Okay. Like it's not a hard job. I come in and I do everything for you. So, you would never really have to do anything. And I was like, that's literally the opposite of what she just told me. She literally just told me that there would always be something to do. And now she's telling me that I'm never going to have anything to do. Hello? So I start asking about like what she expects from me for availability. And she is like, "Well, I would expect you to be like on call, like available like 24/7. She's like, "I'm looking for 24/7 availability." And I was like, "Yeah, my availability is like pretty open." Like,
yeah, 24/7 call. Definitely try to tank the whole thing. Just panicking and just being like, "Oh, no, I can't have this person. I can't have this person work here. This person's going to be a nightmare." Yeah, so there's like a serial killer who works here. That guy over there. Yeah, be careful. I think serial killer, I think. Yeah, there's like a family of like rabid raccoons that lives in the walls. So, you definitely got to get bit if you work here. So, yeah, I think that the employer panicked and just went, no, this isn't going to happen. I don't need this. This is probably just going to end up in a lawsuit. I think people don't like antisocial behavior, right? Like somebody who they know is going to be a problem. Somebody who's going to be trying to kind of force people into boxes they don't want to be in, Like, I'm sorry, like if somebody looks like a girl, but they dress like Annie Hall, say, or like a boy, the mind just knows what a man and a woman is. Like, people are going to misgender you. They're gonna do it by accident. It's just I would have to think it would take a long time to be able to train your brain to not do that, especially if you're busy, you're working. It's going to happen. Let's see. Streamer says, "I'm with Jordan Peterson on this. He staked his career on having agency with truth in his own life, refusing to take part in this madness." Well, also this stuff it's starting to turn around, actually. It's happening in other countries now. I mean, if we're talking about the kind of really dark side of it, which is child sterilization, like puberty blockers, which results in like sterilization and surgeries, like essentially child sex changes. This is changing around the world now. I think we've got something a little bit further down in the Twitter stuff here about that. I've made actually videos, a few videos about that in the last week or two, dealing with like the WPATH file. So the World Professional Association of Transgender Health, a bunch, like a huge amount of a huge volume of internal communications, like emails, but also actual Zoom meetings have been leaked to Michael Schellenberger, and he's putting out a bunch of stuff on that. It's truly shocking when you see that this is just pure pseudoscience, like from their own documents. It's clearly pseudoscience. They're making it up as they go along. And what they're doing to children. They're ruining children's lives. Sweden has banned puberty blockers. Netherlands has banned puberty blockers. Other European countries. England just blocked puberty blockers, except for clinical trials for things like, precocious puberty, not gender stuff. They banned it for gender stuff. There's a study that's just come out in California that shows the suicide rate for males transitioning doubles after surgery. So this stuff, I mean, it's time has already, its time has already run out in a number of European countries. That's going to happen here too. And hopefully at that point, all the rest of the gender stuff will disappear as well, because I don't feel like it's healthy or helpful. Well, it's not even that I don't feel, it's just that the data, like the data sets that they've got from, like, again, Sweden, Netherlands, UK, now study coming out of California, the data is showing that this is not, in fact, it's quite dangerous. These are experiments and they're dangerous. Now we're back to Elon Musk. Even though I think Don Lemon is a pompous fool who spouts nonsense, he is still free to upload his show to X and will receive advertising revenue. Yeah, so that's just like an end note on what we were covering earlier. But again, subscribe. If you're not subscribed to the channel, subscribe. And I've done a bunch of videos about what's happening with the trans stuff, particularly with children, and the way that's turning around. So yeah, subscribe and you can check out those videos. There's a bunch of recent ones. And yeah. Let's see. So we're back to Canada is insane again. From Jonathan K. CBC documentary arguing that humans are like clownfish. And it's hosted by a comedian who puts on a lab coat, and lectures us about the science of gender and sexual fluidity. Your tax dollars at work, Canada. The CBC gets $1.4 billion a year from the government. And I think Trudeau has just decided to throw him an extra 100 million, I think. So this is what Canadians get. This is why all this stuff is being walked back in other countries. While that's happening, they just continue on heedlessly. They don't care. Do the journalists there, do the people who run the CBC even know about that? Maybe they don't. Maybe they hide from anything that would disagree or make them question their ideology. All I know is that they are absolutely obsessed with this gender shit. Absolutely obsessed. In fact, here's a little, let's take a look. It took Mae Martin a staggering 25 seconds here before she mentions clownfish in this Canadian state-sponsored treatise. All right, so let's watch this. This is what Canadian tax dollars are going towards.
I know some people say that all species are divided male and female, but is that really true? I want to know what science has to say about gender and sexual fluidity.
We're so much more than just the sequence of nucleotides A, T, C, G.
Oh gosh, that's neat. There is just so much diversity out there. You can't make this stuff up.
The amazing thing about clownfish is that they change sex.
Sex-changing clown?
All right, I'm just going to pause it for a second to give everybody a chance to get in on the chat and tell me, what is the problem with this theory of relating clownfishes to humans, clownfish sexuality to human sexuality? What is the problem there? I think there's a little bit of an issue when you're comparing humans to clownfishes. So I'm just going to give you a shot to put in the chat what you think might be the problem with this logic, that because clownfishes change their sex, that therefore people can as well. So I'm just going to leave it with you guys. Let's start this up again.
Clownfish. Go on.
The differences between male and female brains are so.
I know some people say that all species are divided male and female, but is that really true? I want to know what science has to say about gender and sexual fluidity.
We're so much more than just the sequence of nucleotides A, T, C, G.
Oh gosh, that's neat. There is just so much diversity out there. You can't make this stuff up.
Amazing thing about clownfish is that they change sex.
Sex-changing clownfish. Go on.
The differences between male and female brains are so.
I know some people say that all.
So there you go. Because clownfishes change sex, that means Dylan Mulvaney's really a woman. Well, now that's been explained to me, it all makes so much sense. Now, I do feel there's a flaw in this logic. There is a flaw in this logic. I'm going to give you another few seconds. And anybody see what the flaw in this logic is? I think there's a bit of a delay on the chats coming through. All right. I think I'm going to have to go. I think I'm going to have to go with it. So I think the main problem, oh, here we go. Let's see. Oh, okay. I see the hairless, self-affirming smug asshole. I'm done. And I don't know, why can't we use elm trees to grow organs? The idea of taking another species as an example seriously is insane. I know. I kind of feel the same way. See, the flaw in the logic here is that humans aren't fishes. Humans aren't clownfishes. Right? Like clownfishes, I mean, they're not even mammals. Right? It's just weird. I don't buy it. I don't buy because of clownfishes, Dylan Mulvaney is really a woman. How do they even have the, cojones, no pun intended, to push this bullshit? This obviously ridiculous bullshit. Why are they so determined to push this shit? Make these ridiculous arguments. Why are they so determined to put, this utterly pseudoscientific gibberish? Why are they pushing this on us? I mean, they know very well that we're not clownfishes. They must know that. They must know there's not like this straight line between clownfish sexuality and human sexuality, right? We're completely different things. I mean, humans are, sexually reproducing, sexually dimorphous mammals, right? And like, we don't actually change our sex. We can't do that. That's not something humans do. I mean, clownfish can do whatever they want. Seahorses can do whatever they want. But we're not them. I mean, they must know that they can't be so stupid as to think this is some sort of convincing argument. Yet they do it anyway. In fact, they disprove their own point in their own argument, right? Can they really be that dumb? Or is this that they think that we're that dumb? Is that what it is? Why are they so determined? I mean, it's obviously about like trans activism and gender activism and all of that, right? They're so determined to push this. It's like an obsession with them. Again, when I've talked about like the WPATH files come out, have they not heard of that? I think the thing is they don't care. They don't care what's happening in Sweden or the Netherlands or the UK. The countries where they were ahead by a decade or longer on this stuff and have looked at the data since and gone, this is just an experiment. We can't do this. The results are not positive. I mean, they must be aware of that stuff, right? They must be aware of things like the WPATH files. You'd think if they're truly interested in these subjects, right? I guess it's the ideological capture that doesn't allow them to notice these things, to ignore these things. It doesn't matter to them. It's just, no, we've decided this thing is good and we're just going to keep going until we're stopped. Very strange. It's bad for society, for one thing. I mean, it's not a good thing that the words like expert don't mean anything anymore. Over the last few years, the word expert has taken a real beating. That's not actually a good thing. I mean, you do have to take anything that an expert that's brought up by a teleprompter reader on TV to try and convince you of anything. We know now that you have to take that with a grain of salt, right? It's not even that expert doesn't believe what they're saying. We know that they've been selected, though, to say the thing they're going to say. They've been selected by the narrative. All right. So you have to take what they say with a grain of salt. You can't believe it because you're not being shown the other experts that disagree with them. That's not a good thing, really, for society. It's not a good thing to demean, expertise. That's a bad thing. But at this point, we have no choice but to distrust the experts that the teleprompter readers put in front of us. Because it appears that a great deal of harm can be done by these people, right? And then, the thin, we're told that it's the, we're told when it comes to like sex changes for kids, well, this is something for the parents to talk with the medical professionals. Well, I've seen the files, the internal communications of the medical professionals, and they're just making this shit up as they go along. It's unambiguous that they're doing this. It is pseudoscience, right? You just simply can't trust those words anymore. And again, that's not a good thing. The thin veneer of like scientific authority is rubbing off fast, really fast, and the recklessness and malpractice is being exposed in multiple ways. Yeah, these aren't good things. These are bad things, but at least we're becoming increasingly aware of it, so these things can be fixed so that we can have responsible institutions again in the future. I think generally we have, but this ideological madness has really taken over, especially in the last 10 years, in a way that, nobody expected, because although there's always been mistakes medically, whatever, right? You think of like thalidomide, horrible. But when it was found out, changes were made, and you could trust that institutions would eventually behave sanely. At least they were trying to. You can't anymore. You can't just assume that. In fact, you have to kind of assume that they're not, to be honest. Now, all this stuff will go quiet eventually, because I think it's really the lawsuits. If we're talking about like, what the euphemistically named gender affirming care for minors, as the lawsuits pour in England, Tavistock Clinic, over 1,000 families suing, basically for malpractice, for lying to the families and the children. So as the tsunami of lawsuits come in, it's going to become unprofitable. And never forget, a lot of this stuff is for profit, right? Well, it's all for profit, and it's very profitable. Keep in mind, these are patients for life. These permanent medicalization, multiple complications and more operations, pills for life, drugs for life. But it's going to become too costly. The lawsuits that are coming, they are coming. And it's going to become financially unviable. Plus, eventually the institutions will be forced to confront it. And then it will start to quietly go away. Don't forget, the complicity here is media and medical associations American Medical Association, Canadian Medical Associations, right? Psychiatric associations, politicians. The complicity runs deep. So they are going to want this to go away very quietly, and they're also not going to want to go to jail, right? So it will slowly, quietly just disappear. And I think that's probably the best we can expect. Let's see. Wait, by this logic, is Trudeau occasionally black because chameleons exist? That's perfect. Actually, that's perfect. Well, chameleons change color, so therefore Justin Trudeau also does. It's just nature, right? It's not shoe polish. I still can't get over how Justin Trudeau said, when asked how many times he did blackface, he said he couldn't remember. And he didn't want to give a number because if it was more than the number that he gave, people would think that he was lying. This guy, and he got elected again, I think twice again after that. Unbelievable. Anyway, let's move on. Oh, actually, here's the comment. So here we have the clownfish thing, where they're telling us that
nucleotides A, T, C, G.
Oh gosh, that's neat. There is just so much diversity out there. You can't make this stuff up.
Amazing thing about clownfish is that they change sex.
Sex-changing clownfish. Go on.
The differences between male and female
sex-changing clownfishes. Therefore, you know, Caitlyn Jenner is really a woman. I just, yeah, and the logic doesn't hold. Human beings aren't clownfish. Exactly. Let's see. Does she realize that clownfish reinforce the sex binary by changing from male to female? That's a good point. Let's see. This is like convincing a child to fly because birds can, then guiding them to a ledge. People are not clownfish. No, they are not indeed. Okay, what do we got up next? That's so stupid, isn't it? Let's see. So here is the study. Well, Billboard Chris says, this is big. A new study out of California completely destroys the narrative that kids will kill themselves if not allowed to transition. Attempted suicides of trans-identified males more than doubled after sex reassignment surgery. Looking at the 2 years before and 2 years after surgery, the attempted suicide rate went from 1.5 to 3.3%. That's more than double. Suicidality stayed the same for females. So, you know, I think I'll do a completely separate video on this. I've been meaning to do it. I still haven't done it yet. But I think we'll keep moving. I think we'll move on. But I'll try and put that out in the next week. Actually, the next week is going to be kind of crazy too, actually. I'm not sure if I'll be able to do the live stream on Friday. Might have to move it to a different day or maybe not even do it at all on the weekend. I'm not sure. But yeah, I don't know. It's this week is indeterminate. Let's see. Oh, this is funny. So this is actually from, I don't always like Piers Morgan, but sometimes he's all right. And this is actually from a year ago, but it's worth seeing again.
Okay, why can't I identify as a black lesbian?
Well, firstly, I mean, it was.
I'm serious. I'm serious. If I can identify as anything without any need to prove I'm actually what that is, why can't I, on International Women's Day, say I'm Piers Morgan, I'm a black lesbian?
I think taking it to a kind of absurd status.
I think that's
talking about quite a
with
strong
respect, I think that
change.
you'd already opened the absurdity door by saying it is limitless. You can do what you like. Anyone can say I'm a woman. So I simply ask you, why can't I?
I mean, this point kind of ridicules trans people to an extent.
Actually, I think what you said ridicules trans people, because actually people who go through the full process of transition, who actually go through what we used to call a sex change, which I don't think you can muck around with original biology, but those who actually go through surgical procedure over a number of years, I've got great respect for that very difficult journey they go on. I have zero respect for people who just wallop their hand up and go, suddenly, I'm a woman and I want all the rights that a woman has, and I want to compete, say, in sport. I'm a 6'4" athlete, sprinter, swimmer, whatever, who's competed very mediocrely in male sport. I now want to come in and crush women in swimming pools and in sprinting events and break all their records, perhaps irrevocably, just by saying, I'm a woman. I think that is the absurdity you were talking about. My response was to say, well, if it's limitless, why can't I then say whatever I want to say? And you say immediately, as I knew you would, well, that's ridiculous. But my point is, you were being ridiculous.
So,
National Women's Day.
From her perspective, why can't Piers Morgan call himself a black lesbian? Because doublethink, that's why, right? Because it's the duality of woke. It's the get out of jail free card on everything, having your cake and eat it too on all the time. Because there's no real principles behind it, right? It's just kind of what feels progressive, what feels left. It's just going with the wind, essentially. It's the ideology is just, if it's good for woke, it's good. If it's good for the revolution, it's good. If it's bad for woke, if it's bad for the revolution, it's bad. That's the only criteria. And it just goes on feelings, right? Again, these ideologies don't make any sense. They're totally incoherent, right? On one hand, you know, at gender, this trivial redefinition of gender, right, which always just was a synonym for sex, this redefinition of gender is according to the woke, is a social construct. So gender is a social construct. Yet at the same time, a 5-year-old can say they're born in the wrong body, and they definitely are. Well, that doesn't make any sense. That's totally incoherent, isn't it? You know, on one hand, you've got gender is this metaphysical, abstract idea that can be anything. There's an infinite number of genders, right? On the other hand, if a 5-year-old says they're born in the wrong body, they definitely are. Both can't be true, right? Both of those situations cannot be true. So fundamentally, all of the woke ideology is incoherent, right? So you just go with what feels left, what feels left wing, what feels progressive, and that's it. And then, you know, if there's a conflict, so some logical conflict, well, you just say no. Well, no, it's not. That can't be, right? It's a doublethink. It's the duality of woke. You know, they just go with what they feel. It just feels progressive. This feels like what the other people at the dinner party will agree with. Okay, that's the truth now. It's whatever feels woke and progressive. What Piers said doesn't feel woke, right? Doesn't feel woke and progressive. Feels like he's making fun of it, right? So that can't be true. That has to be false. That doesn't feel right. I mean, she's got literally no other argument. Let's watch again.
Okay, why can't I identify as a black lesbian?
Well, firstly, I mean, it was.
Well, I'm serious. I'm serious. If I can identify as anything without any need to prove I'm actually what that is, why can't I on International Women's Day say I'm Piers Morgan, I'm a black lesbian?
I think taking it to a kind of absurd status.
I think that's taking it to an absurd state. Piers is quite right here. The whole thing is absurd. They're taking things to an absurd level, right? But again, like it's not coherent with the ideology, right? That's absurd. Well, if it's either you are just whatever you say and everybody has to accept that, or not.
Talking about quite a
with
strong
respect, I think that
change.
you'd already opened the absurdity door by saying it is limitless. You can do what you like. Anyone can say, I'm a woman. So I simply ask you, why can't I?
I mean, this point kind of ridicules trans people to an extent.
Actually,
Ridicules trans people. That's all she's got. How does it do that exactly? I mean, What he's doing is entirely consistent with their own rules. He's just saying it. He's just asserting it. Therefore, it must be true. Those are the rules. But it doesn't, she says, I think what you said. It's just, it doesn't feel like it's going in the right direction to her. So therefore, you do not want a world ruled by people like this that are ruling off their feelings and what they feel like is politically incorrect and avoiding everything they feel like is politically incorrect just because. Ultimately, because it's fashion, because it's popularity, because you don't want to get fired from your job. You don't want to lose your peer group, right? You don't want to live in a society ruled by that. That's a society where, DEI and wokeness gets you killed. It gets you starved to death. That's a society where everything breaks down. Nothing functions properly because nothing is done rationally. Everything's done by feelings. What feels right? What feels ideologically correct? Is it good for the revolution? Yeah, I mean, this is all, I'm sure for this person, unleveled for many people anyway, just fashion, and their jobs, their social status depend on wearing the emperor's new clothes, and it only works if everybody plays along. My suggestion to Western civilization is stop playing along. Start telling the truth. Wherever you are. You don't need to make a video. You could just be in line at the grocery store and somebody asks you a question about something or is talking about something. Just say, yeah, I don't agree with that. That's it. That seems a bit goofy to me. Whatever it is. I think that just little acts like that actually make a huge difference culturally, because there are many people who need to hear somebody else say something to let them know that they're not alone. They're not crazy. That the thing that doesn't seem to make any sense to them, like, I don't know, maybe sex changes for children, that they're not alone in thinking that doesn't make a lot of sense. In fact, that seems insanely reckless and insane. I think there's a lot of people who feel kind of alone. They can't help but have rational thoughts. They just need to hear somebody else say, yeah, I have that rational thought too. You're not crazy. Anyway, what does the internet have to say about this? This is the first time I've agreed with what Morgan has to say. I know there's a lot I've heard from Piers Morgan that I haven't liked. It's a mad world when you find yourself agreeing with old Piers. Yeah. Yeah, again, I've not been a huge fan of his, but that made sense. That take did age quite well. Haven't we officially entered the age of trans age and trans species as well? The only thing for the identity bingo missing, trans race, but we'll get there. For some reason, the whole transracial thing seems to be a no-no. Again, it doesn't make any sense. It's perfect. I mean, if you're going to be trans everything else, why not that? I mean, if all you have to do is say it, especially, that one they don't like so much because that kind of interferes with the whole critical race theory, race Marxism part of it. So, and again, I always say, all of these people, if you look underneath the surface, they're always Marxists. They're always socialists. They're always communists. Always. Let's see. Streamer says that smug look she expected to shame him to silence. Wrong person to try that on. What a condescending narcissist look that was on her face. Let's get a look at that. Let's get a look at that condescending look.
Whoa.
There we go. I think actually he rattled her a little bit. Again, these people are not used to ever hearing anything that dissents from their ideology. They're just not around that. They avoid it. They avoid any media, any news, anything that would disagree with them. There's no profit in it for them to hear that. It just might, and hearing something sane, it's just going to cause problems for them. Like nagging questions in their brain. They don't want that kind of discomfort. Let's see. 33 seconds in. Oh, there we go. That's the smug look we were looking for, isn't it? All right.
I mean, this point kind of ridicules trans people to an extent.
See, it's smug because she's so used to that working, to that frightening people. Oh, well, I don't want to ridicule. I don't want to be a phobe or whatever, right? The bad thing. I don't want to be bad man because she said so. Oh, no. That normally is enough to, I got to say it often, just it's a magic spell that's expected to, shroud your mind in confusion and fear so that you'll just look down and go, yes, okay, well, I guess you're right. I don't want to be whatever the thing is that I'm going to be accused of being, the hysterism or phobe or whatever. It's really, it's lost its power. The spell is breaking, just, I don't give a shit about trans people, right? I am deeply opposed to giving sex changes to children. I'm just deeply opposed to that. Children who have no idea what it's like to go through puberty and live in an adult body, right? It seems to me an incredible crime to steal that from them. Impressionable kids who don't know what the hell's going on. If you watch my video about the WPATH files, you'll find that the doctor, the experts in the World Professional Association of Transgender Health, just openly admitting that their patients cannot possibly give informed consent. Even the parents, they say, can't. They say this openly. Their solution is just, oh, well, we'll just keep doing it. But adults that have already transitioned, I don't know. It's not my business. I think there should be guardrails in place so that vulnerable people are not taken advantage of by profiteering doctors and like pharmaceutical companies and hospitals. I think there should be guardrails. I think it almost goes without saying that there's going to be some level of mental illness involved, but I don't know. Ultimately, an adult is an adult. But it's certainly, when you're talking about kids, come on. You'd have to be, honestly, I don't understand how any person of conscience can think that a child could give any kind of meaningful consent for this stuff. Like puberty blockers. How can you possibly do that? How can a child possibly give informed consent? It's insane. It's insane. You won't give them cigarettes. You won't give them alcohol, right? But they can make that kind of a decision, being sterilized and being mutilated. I'm sorry. I don't see how any person of conscience could agree with that. All right, let's move on. So what's going on? I might have to take a minute break here. We're going for just over 3 hours now. All right, I'm going to take 1 minute and I'll be right back, okay? All right, I'm back. Thanks for waiting. Let's move on. We're just going to go over this quickly. I've made a bunch of videos. Again, if you're not subscribed, subscribe to the channel. You can see I've made a bunch of videos on the Online Harms Act, Bill C-63. But this is so dystopian and so dangerous and evil that I'm just going to keep popping off about it. Even just in little bits. I'm just going to keep talking about it because it's so awful. It's important that Canadians know about this. I think what percentage of Canadians even know about this bill? It's probably in the single digits. They should be concerned. Everybody should be concerned. If this bill goes through, I mean, everybody with any sense would just erase their entire social media presence immediately because of how dangerous it is. But anyway, I think very few Canadians actually even know that this is happening, which is really, really sad. So I'm just going to keep talking about it. Here's from the Justice Center for Constitutional Freedoms in Canada. And again, this is a warning. This is also a cautionary tale for those of you who are not watching in Canada right now. So this is important for everybody to know because your own government, I'm sure, would love to do this same shit. The Online Harms Act, Bill C-63, is the most aggressive assault against free speech in modern Canadian history. If passed into law, the act will expose you, along with every other Canadian, to being prosecuted by the Canadian Human Rights Commission over anything you say that someone else might view as hateful. It's hard to believe. Let me reread that. If passed into law, the act will expose you, along with every other Canadian, to being prosecuted by the Canadian Human Rights Commission over anything you say that someone else might view as hateful. And the question is, of course, always, what is hateful? Well, there's a definition. Watch my other videos. I show you the definition. It's completely vague and subjective. And it is essentially, it's whatever the person in judgment decides it is. And the person in judgment is going to be a left-wing activist. So we're talking about, so the Canadian Human Rights Commission is going to hand it over to a human rights tribunal. These are kangaroo courts in Canada. It's a parallel legal system. So it's like a civil court, not a criminal court. There is no presumption of innocence. There is no, guilty beyond a reasonable doubt. It's just like a kind of preponderance of evidence system. There's no formal rules in it. There's no formal rules of evidence or anything like that. This literally is just what the bureaucrats, the activist bureaucrat progressives think. Just by the way, they have like a close to 100% conviction rate. So if you get in that, you're just guilty, right? I mean, if you've got the wrong politics, forget it. You're done. I mean, this is insane. And it gets worse. Let me read this to you. Unelected and unaccountable bureaucrats, most of them woke and progressive activists, will decide if your comment is hateful in their subjective view. The Online Harms Act will give the Canadian Human Rights Commission teeth again. You could be ordered to pay the federal government $50,000 plus up to $20,000 to a victim who felt offended by what you said. This $70,000 maximum does not include any legal costs you may incur to defend yourself. Now, keep in mind, this can happen again and again and again. This will become an industry, right? There will be an industry of activists trying to cash in on this immediately. The complainant, however, would experience no such risk. It costs nothing to make a complaint. If the complaint is dismissed, then the person who filed it is not on the hook for anything. Also, they're anonymous, so you'll never know who it is. You'll never have any idea of the person who costs you thousands of dollars, even if you're not found guilty, which you will be in a kangaroo court human rights tribunal. You're still having to spend thousands of dollars to defend yourself. And just the insane hassle and stress I've been dragged into it in the first place. Person who made the complaint, well, nothing happens. If they don't get the 20 grand, well, it's no. What did it take them? 10 minutes? Probably take them 5 minutes to make the complaint. Then they just wait, see if they cash in. How many times are they going to do it? 10 times a day, 100 times a day? Who knows? This is insane. This is Trudeau attempting to get the public to do his censorship work for him, to punish his political enemies. Before Section 13 of the Canadian Human Rights Act was repealed, Canada's quasi-judicial human rights commissions were notorious for trampling on Canadians' free speech rights. Their kangaroo courts were exempt from the rules of evidence and other legal guardrails that govern real courts in Canada. The conviction rate for those accused of hateful speech was close to 100%. So, I mean, what a surprise. A bunch of left-wing activists in a kangaroo court found everybody hateful. Surprise, surprise. If the Online Harms Act becomes law, the Canadian Human Rights Commission will not even need to identify a victim of your supposedly hateful speech, which again is totally subjective. And it'll be judged by people who tend to find anything they disagree with as hate. The commission will be able to prosecute you on the basis of an anonymous complaint, so you cannot face your accuser, ask questions of your accuser, or even know the name or identity of your accuser. In an advanced democracy under the rule of law, one second. In an advanced democracy under the rule of law, a citizen has the right to know who their accuser is, to face their accuser and to question their accuser, or to have their lawyer question their accuser. The Online Harms Act would take away these basic rights from Canadians and expose every citizen to the risk of a Canadian Human Rights Commission prosecution based on anonymous complaints. This is just crazy. I mean, is this Orwellian? Is it Kafkaesque? I mean, does it matter at this point? It's fucking bananas. This is the Canada that Justin Trudeau wants. This is the Canada that far leftists want. This is the Canada that far left authoritarians want. This will be used one way. It will be used political. It will be a political weapon used on enemies of Justin Trudeau or whoever is leading the Liberal Party, or just whoever disagrees with the people in the Canadian Human Rights Commission and in the human rights tribunals. This will be a political weapon. This will turn into an industry for activists. In a Canadian Human Rights Commission prosecution, the person accusing you does not need to prove that they suffered any loss or damage as a result of your speech. They merely need to assert that you communicated hate speech. Unelected, unaccountable, woke bureaucrats will rely on their own subjective opinions to determine your guilt or innocence. You know, journalists are going to have to leave Canada. Like, a lot of people are going to have to. I'm thinking, I mean, like, do I want to stay here? Is there a way that I can, do I want to live in a country with these kinds of insane laws? I mean, maybe there's ways around, maybe, just blocking Canada. Maybe that's the solution, but this really is crazy. This is just an attack. This is an attack on any rational, reasonable person in Canada. That's what this is. This is shut the fuck up. We're running the show. You don't have rights. You don't have freedoms. No. It's evil. Let's see. Apparently the chat has stopped working on Rumble. It's always seems to stop at around 3 hour mark. The chat on Rumble seems to just quit for some reason. I don't know why. This will also be in effect a new legal form of swatting a person with no repercussions. Swatting a person with no repercussions. Yeah, it is like that. It's insane. It's insane. Again, this is totally political as well. This will be used one way against anybody not sharing the correct, the fashionable, the politically correct ideology. Saying things that aren't politically correct is going to get you into these human rights tribunals from this Human Rights Commission, which frankly it seems like it's euphemistically named at this point, doesn't it? Human rights? I thought freedom of speech was a human right. I thought being able to speak your mind was a human right. Apparently not in Canada anymore. And now the bill hasn't passed yet, and it's not certain that it will. It certainly seems to be totally unconstitutional. But we shall see. The Online Harms Act would enable thousands of activists to file human rights complaints against the speech of people they disagree with. Even if many of these complaints are dismissed, good Canadians will still be forced to spend time and money defending themselves. Meanwhile, activists making the complaints will pay nothing. Your next salty YouTube comment or X post could get you hauled before the Canadian Human Rights Commission in order to pay tens of thousands of dollars. This is the Canada that Trudeau wants. The Online Harms Act would also create a digital safety commission with powers to police dozens of new regulations created by the federal cabinet. Without any input from Parliament, so not democratic, the federal cabinet will create new rules to censor social media services. These politicians will also determine the penalties for breaking those rules. The Digital Safety Commission will investigate, prosecute, and punish the providers of social media services who fail to comply with new censorship measures. This is another aspect they don't get into here, though, but they're saying in this that their plan is fines for the social media companies of, let's see, $25 million or 8% of global net revenue. Oh no, global gross revenue. So like 8% for one infraction, 8% of Facebook, say, of their gross global revenue. Now, you're thinking they can't be serious, right? Twitter is going to pay 8% of their, because it's 25 million or whatever is larger. So they can't actually believe that Google is going to pay 8% of their gross global revenue, or Twitter. To me, it looks like, on one hand, that they just simply are trying to drive social media out of Canada. Already Facebook, because of the Online News Act, Facebook is not allowing Canadian news on its platform in Canada. Right, so there's one down, right? Is it possible that they're actually just trying to drive out all social media from Canada? Because clearly that's not going to be acceptable, right? Those are totally ridiculous. I mean, it's bizarre. It's ludicrous. It's beyond Monty Python. It's pure and total lunacy. Trudeau was just talking a few weeks ago or a couple of weeks ago about how much he was pining for the days when there was only like CBC and CTV News. It was so much easier back then without all those pesky like independent journalists and stuff and independent news. It was way easier back then. It was way easier to get the narrative out. When it's just, two companies that, you just happen to be throwing money at. You just happen to be the paymaster for. Is it possible that that's the end goal? Just to get social media out of Canada. He just feels it'll be just that much easier to manipulate and control and lie to the public. The whole thing is fucking bonkers. That's what I can say. Let's see. Just moved here to Tennessee. Low taxes and 2.5 in homes for a fair price. You can just keep streaming from here. God damn it, that's tempting. No, I mean, I am thinking about, aside from even this, Canada is so fucked up. And like, we're talking generational problems here. Like, it's not going to be fixed with even a great conservative government for 4 years, and a majority government where they can just do whatever they want, it's just too much damage. We're right now in a population trap because Trudeau has brought in just too many people, too many millions of people in too short of a time. The economy just simply can't adapt. It certainly can't grow. The cost of just keeping society running is preventing us from actually increasing the standard of living here. So, I mean, we're talking about generational problems now. I mean, that's how much when you're asleep at the wheel, when a country is asleep at the wheel and they let in a fucking lunatic like Justin Trudeau, this is what happens. A total psychopathic narcissist ruling your country for 9 years can do generational damage. And it's awful. So, I mean, it's something that's in my mind. It's something that's in my mind that, I might have to just get the fuck out for like a million reasons, right? Not just the censorship thing. But anyway, El Salvador sounds pretty nice this time of year too. And Argentina's sounding better and better as well. Let's see. Here, this is my worry. I'm amazed at the lack of talk about it, given how terrible it is. Yeah. Again, I think the number of Canadians, the amount of, the percentage of Canadians that even know about this is, again, the single digits, which is terrifying. Because those people are all going to be vulnerable. Don't forget, again, this is kangaroo court run by, progressive activists who are not going to tolerate anything they don't like. You could have posted something 10 years ago, which was perfectly fine back then. In fact, it was perfectly fine in liberal circles back then, right? Well, that can change in a second. I mean, I guarantee you something, if you're a liberal writing things on social media 10 years ago, there is shit that's going to be called hate by the Human Rights Commission. Guaranteed. Guaranteed. It changes so fast. And every time they take a step further to the left, wherever they were a step ago, that's now the far right. Because don't forget, anything that doesn't align exactly with them at any given moment is far right. It's fascism. It's Nazi, all of that, right? That is literally the way they behave. So you could have posted something a year ago that's now verboten. Absolutely. Now you're new Hitler, right? If you said, 5 years ago, I'm not sure about this whole sex change for kids thing. That doesn't make any sense. That is going to be hate speech. That is going to be hate speech from now on. I think there were probably a lot of liberals, 10 years ago for sure, that would have been like, I don't know, I heard this thing about sex changes for kids. I'm not sure about that. That's going to get you in the Human Rights Tribunal for sure, and you'll be guilty. Let's see. Canada is falling. Yeah. I mean, okay. I'm not going to go for too much black pill. I'll give you some white pill. Pierre Poilievre and the Conservative Party of Canada are 20 points up in the polls. Last time I checked, they might be up higher from now. I don't think they've hit their ceiling yet. It looks like I would say it's a virtual certainty that they win in the next election, but it may be it's shaping up to be a historic win. So they will have the power to do whatever the hell they want. And my hope is, I'm cautiously optimistic that we're not going to get Trudeau light. We're going to get a real conservative party, or at least like a real centrist party. I'll take that. But a party that's not going to do insane shit. Right now, Canada is now, after 9 years of Trudeau, Canada is now paying more in interest on the national debt than we are on healthcare. Let that sink in. That's what you get from empathy, from fake empathy, Trudeau's fake empathy. Just throw money at everything. What did Margaret Thatcher said? She said, socialism's great till you run out of other people's money. Turns out that's true. Okay, so we should keep moving on. 3 hours and 24 minutes. What the hell? What have I been babbling about all this time? All right. Anyway, Tennessee sounds nice. That Nashville? Heard it's really fun. I don't think we'll go for that. I think we actually just need a quick palate cleanser with the puppy. Look at that guy. Look at, he's just loafing about. He's a lazy bones, that puppy. Oh, that's so much nicer. Look at that little tyke. Look at him. And you know what my favorite part of this is? Favorite part of this video? Is that Justin Trudeau didn't burst into the shot and try and give that puppy puberty blockers. Because you know that he wants to. Well, let's see. You're saying that that's a liberal blue. So Nashville's a liberal blue place. Well, yeah, Music City, I guess. It's I guess that would be, wouldn't it? Nah, that's a shame. Always are. All right. Let's keep going. Let's do some quick ones here. Lizzo's dress was previously worn by Wrigley Field during a rain delay. Yeah. Healthy at any size, right? Baseball stadiums can also be healthy at any size. So, yeah, that's the thing. Let's see. Oh, this is hilarious. This shows the shallowness of all of this, you know, the critical race theory nonsense and white privilege and all of that, and the people that are just play acting. Let's take a look. Oh,
tired of straight white men having the power and everything, you know. And it's like, we as women of color, as like students at this university, like we're very much capable of certain things, and we don't have the same privileges that are offered to straight white men.
And I've been hearing that from a lot of the ladies that I've been talking to today. Talk to me about what some of those privileges are that, you know, straight white men have that you don't have. Talk to me about that.
I think I don't really know. Have you ever experienced like a specific instance?
But I also need to go.
I know, I do need to go. I'm sorry.
so she's just repeating. So she's just repeating bullshit that she's heard, probably like on The View or something, or on TikTok. Just total bullshit. Seems like maybe a college student or something. What are all these privileges? Let's see. I think straight white males have to have like higher SATs, I think, to get in, right? I think there's pretty much zero scholarships for them at college now, for instance. Let's see, constantly bashed, you know, for you know, crackpot racial theories by crackpot racial theories, which they are. You know, all this white privilege, and I mean the things that they believe. The things that they believe. They think that white Europeans invented slavery. It's utterly absurd. They think that white people invented the sense of time. I'm actually talking about like Smithsonian. There was in fact, maybe we'll just pull it up. Hold on. Maybe I'll just see if I can find it. Smithsonian, white people. Let's see. Is this it? They've got a thing on whiteness here at the Smithsonian. Whiteness. Just this thing, white. I mean, think about that. Think about that. How much privilege do you have if, like, the Smithsonian just has this thing on whiteness? And it's not going to be positive, right? Like, there's not going to be a thing on blackness or like Asianness or something. Whiteness. How much privilege do you have when you're the only race that's allowed to be shat on? Let's see, but I want to find they're like, they had like a guide to whiteness. Here we go. Let's see. Talking about white traits. Where is it? Is it in here somewhere? No, not there. I'm going to find it for you. Let's see. Is it this one here? There we go. Here we go. All right, let's see if we can make this bigger. This is something they had at the Smithsonian. Aspects and assumptions of whiteness and white culture in the United States. Let's see. White dominant culture or whiteness refers to the way white people and their traditions, attitudes, and ways of life have been normalized over time and are now considered standard practices in the United States. They don't ever say this about China, right? Like Chinese people have like traditions that are normalized in China because they're Chinese, right? Like the United States was racially homogenous for up until I don't know, it was like I don't know what 85% white up until like 20 years ago or something, or 30 years ago. It's pathologizing just cultures being cultures, just normal, just what is normal everywhere in the world, but pathologizing it in one place for some reason. And since white people still hold most of the institutional power in America, well, they're most of the people. What do you think? I mean, that's just normal. That's normal anywhere. We've all internalized some aspects of white culture, including people of color. How are you privileged when you're the only group that they're allowed to talk to this way? As if you're a problem. Let's see, rugged individualism. Well, that's bad. The individual is the primary unit. So, not seeing everybody as homogenous blobs, identity blobs, that's a problem, apparently. Self-reliance, again, apparently a problem. This is the description of a functioning society. Yes, exactly. Let's see. They don't like the nuclear family. Apparently, that's bad. Father, mother, 2.3 children is the idea. So white people invented the nuclear family, and that's bad because white people have nuclear family. It's totally bizarre, as if the nuclear family is this bizarre alien concept to the rest of the world. It's idiotic. This is in the Smithsonian. This idiocy. Let's see. Emphasis on scientific method. That's bad. Yeah, functioning societies don't need emphasis on scientific method at all. Functioning societies don't need like healthy families or like people that are like self-reliant. Independence and autonomy, highly valued and rewarded. Yeah. Individuals assumed to be in control of their environment. Healthy societies, functioning societies don't ever need any of this. They don't need objective, rational, linear thinking. Cause and effect relationships. Let's see. No functioning society, thinks that hard work is the key to success. They're saying this as if these are totally alien concepts to the rest of the world, and therefore they're bad. I don't understand how you could write something. How could you write something more racist than this? Yet it's supposed to be part of some anti-racism movement, but it seems to me the most blatantly racist thing. This seems to me to just completely agree with like what a Klansman would say. A Klansman would say, yes, white people are the ones who work hard. Like people all over the world work hard, right? White people didn't invent that. Here, Christianity is the norm. Well, yes, it's a Christian country. Most of the people are Christian. By the way, most of the people going into the United States, moving in, are Catholics. They're also Christians. Wealth equals worth. So that's just a stereotype there, for one. I mean, all of it is stereotypes to some extent, but there are trends, right? There are kind of norms. Plan for future. Well, not everybody does, but it is a good thing. Like people in functioning societies do that. Enough people do that to make it all work. Time. Follow rigid time schedules. Time viewed as a commodity. So white people invented time so they could oppress the other peoples of the world to make them wake up earlier than they want, I guess. Yeah, like it people have to show up on time pretty much everywhere. It's just kind of how the world works. It's how civilizations work. Like people have to be able to rely on each other to do things on time, right? Like it's just these are necessary things unless you want your civilization to fall apart. Future orientation. Tomorrow will be better. Utterly bizarre. So I guess it's whiteness to say, hey, tomorrow will be better. Don't worry, tomorrow will be better. Somehow that's a problem. It's just bizarre to me. It's not just bizarre to me. It's bizarre to you. It's just obviously bizarre to any person who looks at this, who's not a complete brainwashed nut job. Aesthetics based on European culture. What the fuck else would it be? Look at the steak and potatoes. Bland is best. What? You couldn't come up with a more racist document than this. This is called anti-racist, by the way. That's how you end up with idiots like this. Convinced, apparently has never thought about what she's about to say once in her entire life. Not once, hasn't needed to, has never run into anybody who's ever disagreed with it.
Straight white men having the power and everything, and it's like we as women of color, as like students at this university, like we're very much capable of certain things, and we don't have the same privileges that are offered to straight white men.
And I've been hearing that from a lot of the ladies that I've been talking to today. Talk to me about what some of those privileges are that, straight white men have that you don't have. Talk to me about that.
I think I don't really know. Have you ever experienced like a specific instance?
I don't know, but I also need to go.
I know, I do need to go. I'm sorry.
Yeah, no, has never spent a second thinking about it. It's just like a gift to her, right? Because oppression is the coin of the realm now, right? You have to be oppressed in some way. I think that's why like all the kind of fake genders are so popular. They're not people that are going to take drugs or chop off parts of their body or anything like that, but they just decide that they're, a bird person or something, or they're tree gender or something, right? It's pretty easy. You don't have to maim yourself or take any drugs or anything. Just do it. But it gives you some oppression points because now you're part of that LGBTQ plus Q plus whatever. You're the Q or you're the plus. What is the plus? I think the plus is just the stuff that they haven't thought of yet, but they know it exists. So it's just plus, right? Maybe that's the people that are tree gendered or something. Maybe they're pluses. I don't know. But yeah, it's again, oppression is the coin of the realm. You have to be oppressed in some way, right? So just say it. Oh, it's those straight white men. They're so evil. No, she's at a university. Nobody's going to disagree with her. Nobody's going to push her on. Nobody's going to ask her that question. When she's asked the question, she has no fucking idea what she's talking about. It might have occurred to her in that moment that, maybe that's not actually real. Maybe this is just something I'm using. I'm using it as a weapon, perhaps. This is a card up my sleeve I can use, even though it doesn't make any sense. Let's see. Jacob saying this is a description of a functioning society. Yes, you're talking about this. And you've read it before. Yeah. It's an astonishing document, isn't it? At the Smithsonian. It's incredible. They want mother and father to be the state. They do. Yeah. It's all the foundation of all of it is Marxism. It's socialism. It's really just an excuse for the revolution, right? It's a way to destroy the democratic, the liberal, the liberal democratic principles. I know that, the United States is a constitutional republic, but, the general term, liberal democracy, capitalist state, and with democratic principles. It's a way to destroy that, cause a revolution, and then build up the Marxist dystopia, on top of it, because it will be a dystopia, because it always fucking is. You'd think more people would notice that. Maybe they just don't know. I don't know. Let's see. All right. I'm going to have to move. I keep saying I got to move faster, but I keep getting stuck. This is funny. Racism report. This is what BC, Canada's NDP, lefty public schools, radical left Marxist teachers are doing now to create racism, hate, and division amongst young, once innocent Canadian school children. There was a celebration of the Indigenous pizza party at school where only the Indigenous were allowed to eat pizza. One family had one Indigenous son and one non-Indigenous daughter. Same family, so they both attended. She was not allowed pizza. They told this little girl she was not allowed pizza like the other kids, as she was the wrong race, skin color. Which is awful. And Jonathan Case said, traditional, ecologically informed Indigenous pizza. Okay, I got to repeat it. Traditional, ecologically informed Indigenous pizza eating techniques make use of every part of the pizza. He has a lot of good jokes on here. I like him. Anyway, it's totally ridiculous and insane. We've talked about Pierre Poilievre, but we haven't actually heard from him in this. So here's just a short clip. Let's take a look.
We will cut back on wasteful aid that goes to dictators, terrorists, and multinational bureaucracies and bring that money home. We're going to put that money back in our military to support our troops. Support the troops. They're the guarantors of our freedom. Our freedom.
So we prefer him over Trudeau.
We will cut back on wasteful aid that goes to dictators, terrorists, and multinational bureaucracies and bring that money home. We're going to put...
That's going to be a message that resonates in Canada, because times are tough in Canada and people don't want their money being sent all over the place, especially when it's money that has to be borrowed to then send it somewhere else. Why? To make so Trudeau can make appearances places and talk about it. And I guess he thinks it makes him look good. He needs an apple as his mascot. Yeah. Oh, I wish I had that video on here. That was brilliant. I think that really kind of changed the polling, actually. It really went viral. And the leftist media here and all the TrueAnon lunatics hated it. But that just made it even more popular, I think, and even more fun. Let's see. Okay, let's check this. Have you guys seen this one here? This is hilarious. And this, I think, is entirely typical. Okay, so let's hear this.
Are your granddaughters?
They are 6 and 8.
Would you support them to get hormone blockers to become the other gender?
I would absolutely support them to get hormone blockers. The idea of one of my granddaughters learning that they're going to start having their period if they don't get their hormones blocked, even though they're identifying and portraying as a male. How horrible that would be. So yes, definitely.
If your granddaughter came to you and wanted to get a tattoo, what would you say?
That would be more difficult. I always told my 3 sons, the one thing I ask is please don't get tattoos.
Really? Why tattoos?
There's just something so permanent about it.
Permanent?
It's pretty permanent. It's very difficult to get them lasered off or removed.
You don't think it's like permanent to change your gender? How old are your granddaughters?
They are.
That's how stupid they are. Like, that's a lot of people. That's millions of people, right, who have not thought about it at all, right? It's just fashion. It's just politically correct. They know what's politically correct. They know what won't get them into trouble, right? And they don't give a shit. Jacob says that, wow, this is hard to listen to. Yeah, it really is. That's how shallow it is. That's how shallow these progressives are. This is how shallow their ideology is, right? They just don't care. They don't care to know. They don't want to know. They don't want to think about it. There is no profit in it for them to think about it. Like, she doesn't want to hear that question from the hot girl. I got to say, by the way, between her and Sydney Sweeney, big tits are coming back. They're back, baby. Maybe they never really left, but they're getting a lot of attention. Blondes with big tits getting more attention these days. There we go. You can just see a bit of the cleavage there. But anyway, I like her more than the old lady. But again, there's no profit in it for this old lady to hear anything that might make her question the narrative, right? That this is good and how terrible. I mean, she hasn't thought, says how terrible would it be for her to have her period? As if that would be a bad thing, right? As if maybe it's not real. Maybe, the vast majority of kids who have gender dysphoria or claim to just naturally desist when they go through puberty. They just grow adult bodies and they like their bodies and they like having sex, for instance, right? And, once they're no longer children, once they grow up and they grow into an adult body, right? They don't want to live in a body. They decide, well, I don't actually want to live in a body where, like, I can't actually have real sex. I can't pair bond, can't have an orgasm, right? It's not that far of a leap to go to that, right? For this, like, an idiot like this to go to. It shouldn't be that far of a leap. But they won't, because there's no profit in it for them. It's not popular in their circles, the circles that they hang out in, the places they are, the news they listen to, the narratives they hear. That's not popular. That's far right. Like, the sensible thing is far right to them, right? So there's no profit in it. She doesn't want to get in trouble. She doesn't want people mad at her, right? No. Mutilating, sterilizing children is good. It's good. That's what the narrative tells me. That's what all my Facebook friends think. So therefore, it must be good. I wouldn't want to think about it too much, or else it might turn out that it's horrible. That it is a grotesque experiment being performed on children. Again, watch my videos on this stuff. Subscribe, watch my videos on this stuff. I put out a few of them in the last week or so. Watch, I'll show you the evidence. Take a look at the WPATH files. Barely anybody's seen it yet, right? It's 18 minutes long and it goes through the WPATH files. It will show you. These people don't know what they're doing. These are experiments. You watch all those videos. Again, it's clear. I mean, if you don't need to be an expert in the first place or to see any of these files or to know anything about it, to know that just the concept of puberty blockers to prevent children from going through puberty so they will not grow naturally into their fully developed adult bodies. You don't need to be an expert to know that that is wrong, that they can't possibly consent to that. It seems like being an expert actually makes it more difficult to come up with just a sane moral response to that. It seems like you're better off just not being involved at all. Just like, oh no, that's clearly wrong. Clearly children cannot consent to that. Let's see, let's check it. So the Rumble chat is no longer working in terms of showing up on the screen, but it is still coming up in the actual chat, like on the website. So let's take a look. Let's see. Eagles for Honor says, hello from the Pacific Northwest. Thank goodness there are still sensible people in the Great North. Do you know what? I think more and more Canadians are waking up every day. I don't think Pierre Poilievre, leader of the Conservative Party of Canada, has reached his ceiling yet. The media is trying to tell us that, I think he's going to have trouble now. No, I don't think so. I think he can go higher. I think things are so bad. I think so many people are finding that line where they wake up, where they say, oh shit, You know, I don't have the luxury of just going along with, you know, the narrative anymore. You know, with whatever feels like it's the nice thing that the nice people are doing, you know, because anything that's not so-called progressive and far left is mean. Those are the mean people, right? The people that don't want to have sex changes for children, those are the mean people. You know, you'd have to now include Sweden, Netherlands, the UK in that group of mean people as well, I guess, because they've stopped doing it. They started earlier than everybody else, and they've taken a look at the data and said, better cut this out. But I think that more and more people are waking up, and I'm not sure, I don't think he's near the limit yet. As more and more people wake up, as their lives, if for no other reason that their lives are just getting worse and worse. Because their standard of living is getting lower and lower, right? Let's see. It isn't only that it is a permanent change, but it's also not a true change. Exactly. Just because you have surgery does not change your DNA. You are still what you were born as. Yeah, and detransitioners are realizing this, and they are increasingly filing lawsuits, which is a very good thing. It's tragic what happened to them in the first place, but you know, lawsuits I think will be what brings an end to the madness, you know? All right. Yeah, so this woman's an idiot. We all agree on that, right? This is an awful woman, right? A tattoo is too permanent, right? For her, what'd she say, her grandchildren? Tattoo's too permanent. But, puberty blockers, like literally permanently stunting their development. Because it's not reversible, by the way, you know? Permanent changes to their body, you know, sterilization, you know, again, she hasn't thought about it at all. That's the problem. Let's see. Jacob says, I've said it before, that awkward period of life is a rite of passage that gives social skills and self-insight that you cannot get any other way. This is evil and insane on many levels. Completely true. It is evil to rob developing human beings of that. It's just wrong. Eagles for Honor says, blooming idiot. Absolutely. Yeah, it's just, I mean, let's take a look at her reaction there again, you know?
Really? Why tattoos?
There's just something so permanent about it.
Permanent?
It's pretty permanent. It's very difficult to get them lasered off or removed.
You don't think it's like permanent to change your gender? How old?
Now, you'd think that it would be impossible for somebody to hold her opinions without ever actually thinking about it for even 1 second. You'd think it would be impossible, but that's millions of people, right? Millions of people who are guided by nothing else but narcissism and fashion. That's it. Jacob says she has one brain cell and it's fighting for dominance. All right. I've been waiting for that one all night. I was looking forward to that. Let's see. Oh yeah. So liberal government spent $600 billion and can't run a passport office or airport, but now spending on video games. Yeah. Ottawa announces funding to study links to violent extremism in video games. They just are incapable. The Trudeau government is incapable of doing anything rational, ever. How about this one? I think we're getting close to the end. We're almost at 4 hours now. But let's listen to this dingbat.
The thing with gender identity is I feel like it's such a difficult thing. Because, like, you know, I'm 21 years old, right? And I don't know my gender identity. I still don't. I'm going through the motions. I know I'm not cis, but that's about it. And I think that's a completely okay thing. I don't know. I just wanna be I want to be the person that I wish I had growing up, and I hope that's doing a little something. That's all that matters. The thing with gender identity is I feel like it's such a difficult thing because, like, you know, I'm 21 years.
It's actually really not a difficult thing. I guess choosing your gender identity maybe is a difficult thing because there's an infinite number of genders, apparently, right? Of that thing that you definitely are that you were born as, but which is also a social construct somehow. But it's got to be difficult choosing that thing that you were always definitely were, right?
Old, right? And I don't know my gender identity. I still don't. I'm going through the motions. I know I'm not cis, but that's about it.
Oh, surprise, surprise. She knows she's not cis.
Everything woke turns to shit.
She knows she's not cis because don't forget, as we said, you know, oppression is the coin of the realm for these people, you know, so you don't want to be cis because those are the oppressors, right? So you got to be something else. Definitely not that. Definitely not that thing that you obviously are, right? And I guess again, she's having trouble picking out of the infinite number of genders that she definitely is and always has been and was born as, even though that's all the social construct as well, because it all makes sense somehow if you just don't ever think about it. Let's see. Eagles for Honor says, sweetheart, you were born as a young lady. You were always going to be female. Yeah. Well, this is, I think, one of those cases where it's clearly an act, right? Like, let's not forget. The game was given away here.
I still don't. I'm going through the motions. I know I'm not cis, but that's about it.
There, right there. I know I'm not cis.
What does that mean?
That means she wants to be oppressed. That means she needs to hold on to something so that she can have some of those oppression bucks, some of those oppression points. It's a coin of the realm oppression. You don't want to be one of those boring, evil cis people that's oppressing the world, you know? So definitely not that. I'm something else. I'm having a hard time figuring out the thing that I definitely have always been. Let's take a quick look at what the internet has to say. I hope they're being kind. Well, at least she's not cis. Whoo. Don't want to be one of those evil, oppressive sisses. By the way, sisses bullshit. There was not like some vote. There wasn't like some plebiscite. You know, we just woke up one morning and it turns out that we were this thing called cis. It's like, what? What the fuck? What are you talking about? I didn't agree to any of this. What do you mean? It's just everybody has to be a part of their fucking weird delusion. All right. Totally normal. They want to be anything but cis. Cis is bad. She'll grow up one day. Sorry to say, but your parents failed. Hey, at least she's not reproducing. Well, that's the thing. I mean, ultimately, the whole gender stuff is kind of self-defeating. Like it's self-correcting in the fact that a lot of these people are not going to reproduce, right? So there just will be less of them. Let's see. Face diaper says it all. Let's see. All right, that's enough of that. All right, let me see how many more of these we got. I don't think there's too many more. What is this one here? What is this here? What is that? I removed the sound so you can fully immerse yourself in the experience. Keep in mind, this is the ideal body shape for both men and women, as determined by scholars in England. Do you know what? I think I have a sound effect for this. Okay, hold on a second. I will never get sick of that. Did that come through clear? that come through clear? I will never get sick of that. Hold on. I got to wait for the perfect moment. Why is that so fun? Why is that the best thing in the world? I don't know. I can't explain it. Is it just me? Am I that awful? Anyway, hold on one second. That just makes me happy. It just makes me happy. In fact, I have to do it one more time. I got the timing perfect there. That was great. That was absolutely great. What's this sound effect? Hold on. Let me press a button here.
Was she a great big fat person?
Yes, she was. Silence of the Lambs. Yes, she was. All right. We better just keep going. Let's see. We are all the confused Arab guy. What is he saying?
Interesting to me that people can't seem to grasp the fact that I'm a lesbian.
First of all, you are a dude. But if you identify as a lesbian, it means you like girls. So you are not... I am very confused. So if a donkey want to be a camel, but he don't like the camel, he go like donkey. So hey brother, I identify as a bank owner from now on. Leave me alone.
It must be very confusing for people who I've not experienced this before. All right. Yeah, this is it's weird how the anti-racists managed to be the most racist people. So here's a Rebel News reporter. Rebel News is, if you're not from Canada, is conservative, independent news in Canada. So, racist event hosted by BC Premier excludes English-speaking reporters. The so-called inclusive BC NDP in Canada. So there's a federal NDP and there's also provincial NDP parties. It is the most far-left loony party in Canada. It is the party that Justin Trudeau is competing with to be the most far-left loony. Blah, blah, blah. Excluded Rebel News reporter Drea Humphrey from entering due to the wrong ethnicity. Ooh, according to the media handler. Huh. Let's see. I still can't believe it. I was told I was the wrong ethnicity and thus denied the ability to cover an important roundtable discussion about British Columbia's 2024 budget. They're only allowing South Asian media. Now, something tells me if it was a conservative event that excluded her on racial grounds, the media, the mainstream media in Canada would be all over that and freaking out. Of course, that wouldn't happen because the Conservative Party isn't full of racists and like weird race lunatics and identity lunatics. But very interesting how they just somehow just end up being the most racist people. The left ends up being the most racist people in the world somehow. Even though they tell us that they're not. They're the opposite of that. It's weird, huh? It's weird how people obsessed with identity could end up being racist. Strange. Fat people know more about nutrition than you. Poetry in motion and in song. Okay, so I'm not going to play the music because copyright stuff. That always happens. So I'll put on my own music. Hold on. We'll never get sick of that. But what is she actually saying here? Check that Google, check that Google. So if you won't stop being a lazy, thin person who doesn't look stuff up, at least start assuming that we know. Don't want to forking hear it. I don't know. Let's just move on. The best part already happened. Let's see. I love non-binary, gender fluid stand-up comedy, don't you? Try not to laugh too hard. Well, let's take a look.
My home state of Texas. You might have heard of her. They're trying to ban books. A conservative legislator made a list of 850 books he felt like were too inappropriate for Texas public schools. He included my book, Beyond the Gender Binary, on the list. So I had no choice but to read the entire list myself. And I was shocked to see that Marie Kondo's Sparks Joy was not included. I'm just trying to get rid of gender norms. She wants us to get rid of everything. And my home state of Texas.
I don't know. What do you guys got on this? So tiresome, isn't it? So unbelievably tiresome. I mean, what do you say? Okay, we don't want your weird gender theory books in kids. This is part of the experiment on children. It's not just the puberty blockers and the cross-sex hormones and the mutilation and the sterilization. It's also the ideology, which is, I mean, they're putting it into kindergartens, for God's sake, right? They're putting in bizarre gender theories into schools to try and trick children into thinking that they're one of the infinite number of genders, anything but what they actually are. All right. I think we're almost there, folks. Let's see. So even arch feminist Margaret Atwood is calling this new online harms bill C-63 in Canada, which we talked about earlier. And I've made many videos on. If you want to subscribe to my channel, if you're not, check it out. I've made videos on this bill, this insane bill. Even arch feminist, author of The Handmaid's Tale, Margaret Atwood is calling it dystopian. She's calling it Orwellian, comparing it to 1984. That's how bad the bill is. Let's see. We've already seen that. And that is it. So that is it. Okay. We are done, folks. My night's over. What time is it now? 1:35. Well, that's not too bad. Hey, thanks everybody for stopping in. And actually, hold on a second. Did we miss this? No, we're not going to go there. No, we're done. We're done. Thanks for everybody who's been in the chat. Really appreciate it. It's always good to see some of the same faces in there. It's awesome. The chat makes it way more fun for me. So thank you all for that. Again, please subscribe to the channel. That's really fantastic. We just passed 12,000 subscribers on YouTube this month. So we're hoping to try and get to 13,000. I am hoping to try and get to 13,000. Hopefully, I don't know, maybe in a couple of months. It seems to have slowed down though after a couple of big months. So I don't know, the algorithm maybe remembered who I was and decided to not show my thumbnails to anybody again. That happens. But thanks for stopping in. Next Friday, I don't know if I'll be able to do it. I'm going to try. If I can't do it on Friday night, I'll try and do it, I don't know, Saturday or Sunday or something, maybe even in the morning or the day. Don't know if that's going to happen, but whatever, just a heads up. And everybody have a great weekend. And hopefully I'll be talking to you next weekend. Anyway, that's it. See you later.